Okay, I'm looking back on the Zeus.
Great. Yeah, we'll just have you spin into place once I get close. If you want to spin towards the port and
Sure.
catch me.
Sure.
When I get close,
Yeah.
let's do it, yeah. Looks like I am drifting towards the north, maybe, as I back. Well, it's hard to tell from high pack.
Yeah.
I'll speed up a little on the backing. Got me in fisheye yet? Can't see it.
Nope, don't see it.
Okay.
Of course, it's kind of murky too. A lot of
A little quicker.
backscatter there.
Okay, I'm in your view now. Just bottom of screen.
There you go. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna spin to port.
Sounds good. I'm off stick.
Okay.
Auto depth, auto heading engaged.
Okay.
I don't have a view of the tether yet, but keep an eye out. Looks like it's heading off towards the north, out and then out in front of me.
Bottom left of your screen.
There you
Yeah,
go.
just saw it,
Now
yeah.
we see it. Yep.
Why don't you line up due north and I'll do the same here.
Coming around.
Which way are we headed? Pretty much that way, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and drop here.
Okay.
Get the tether well above me.
Okay.
It's about 340.
Copy. Pushing out.
Okay.
Tether's going to swing over top, no problem. All right.
All right.
25 meters off bottom. You want to come down with me?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Ready? Coming
Yep.
down.
Altitude 17. No visual on bottom yet. Cool looking squid. Increasing. I see bottom.
Okay.
Off stick. Pretty turbid waters.
Yeah.
Tuning in Z bias. Is not going to do it.
Okay. I'm all stop on Sirius.
30. see.
Wow. I'm going to come down to 15 off the bottom.
Copy that.
Let's maybe help you with the lights a little bit. Maybe not.
Maybe not, yeah.
Wow.
Quite turbid. Okay, Z bias is a little bit higher, right around
Bridge, RLB nav.
30. Maybe even a little more,
Yes,
32,
I wanted to let you
33.
know that the vehicles are on bottom, and bailout will be straight ahead, southeast.
Let's see. You comfortable with me coming down to 10?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, please move rotation to A-frame.
Nothing on sonar.
Yeah. I don't know that we're going to get any nice still camera pictures, but
No.
it's actually probably
Wow.
bad light for testing it. Yeah, I don't know whether it's the motors or the buoyancy, but we're definitely have to push pretty hard.
Add some weight there.
Yeah, it seems that way. It rises really quickly when you let off. It really is floaty.
Wow.
So.
Thank you, Bridge.
Can't even see the umbilicals on this stuff.
Yeah.
You want to balance the cameras? Or all right. How much weight you think you need? 20 or 30 pounds or something? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Video, do you want to balance the cameras now or yeah?
Whenever you guys want.
All right.
Whenever
We'll
you
go
guys are
ahead and
ready.
bring the hydraulics up and start moving that arm over there.
All right, guys.
I'm
Before we
muted,
get
sorry.
before we get into this too much, we should probably consolidate notes so that we don't have two things. And I'm thinking because it's an engineering dive, I should take the notes over here.
Okay.
If that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the only thing I was going to put down was
We've been writing down the comp values.
Yeah, comp I think is fine, but like
that's-
reports of things, it doesn't matter to me. I just think we should do it in one over the other.
I was muted. I was trying to tell you that my camera's
Okay.
dropping
Well,
out.
I heard you saying that, and I just want to make sure before we have a whole list of stuff that we
Yeah.
figure it out. All right,
Okay.
so
So you'll do it.
I'll
Tip.
take the notes.
Tail cams intermittent drop out.
Okay.
Lid springs need to be tightened.
Okay. Springs tightened. And tail cam drop
Tail
out?
cam drop out. And we
Okay.
still don't have pilot cam. I don't know if
Okay,
that's
you got it.
been looked at.
All right.
And the heading. I don't know if you wrote
RV
that down
heading,
already.
Yeah. Give me just a second and finish recording my depths, and then I'll be fully
And
yours
also,
for note taking.
no, yeah, I'm just kidding. Buoyancy.
Yep, got that.
One of my thrusters isn't reacting. Am I having error on a thruster? Strange.
So did you make a note on the comp for the Sirius sonar then?
Yep, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. I'll just cross that out here. That's just a reminder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think Carl's going to take this and do his sit rep today.
All right.
So I want to make it easy for him.
Sounds good.
All right. I'm going
We
to.
just comped that last leg too. Wonder if it
Okay. I'm hot on the shilling.
copy
In December, you mean? Or 18?
in December.
Yeah, you and Levi did it?
Pretty sure.
Couldn't
I
remember
know we did
last time we
D2s.
did it.
Oh yeah, the lid totally floats away.
Yeah. Oh
The
gosh.
springs can't keep the lid down at all.
Okay.
I'll try closing it when we run the craft and see if it'll stay
Yeah.
closed once we close
Is
it.
that going to be a problem here?
No, you should be
It
fine.
should be clear.
It's out of your way, yeah, as long as you're only hanging out in this way and
Yeah.
you're careful putting it away. Yeah, it takes 72% down to plant me. Just barely. Like right now, if I adjusted, it would slide easily.
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty buoyant.
You want to set the tilt on that camera?
Yes.
Uh,
3.5.
I think it was 5 something. Wasn't it 5?
5.3.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. And, all right.
There it is. Negative 5.5.
Okay. Let's see. Was it
All the way locked the other way.
all the way left, right?
No, the other way. You had it.
Okay, pilots, your scribe
Okay.
is ready.
Buoyancy.
Yep.
We need tons of lead. Chris will be here next, so he can determine what he feels like adding, but I guess tons of bad idea because we don't want to start sinking, but
Well, is that rotated all the way, right? Yep. Not sure if I'm too close or too far away.
much too close.
Much too close, that's what it is. Okay. There you go. Okay, now elbow up and arm down.
Yeah, and you'll do that a couple more times.
Yeah.
You got quite a ways to go out. Oh, it's bored still.
let's see, we bring the starboard light inboard, right? Starboard lower.
Yep.
Starboard lower inboard. Okay.
ROVTC bus is at 60K. It was at 1500 at 50 meters.
Oops. All right, you want to zoom in on that video? Let me see where I am. Okay.
Have you confirmed that you have pilot cam anywhere else?
Yeah.
So it's definitely control room issue.
No, that might be the SD feed versus the HD feed out of the camera.
Okay.
I can't route that monitor, the number 1, so you could try putting it there.
How about that?
Looks like
We haven't seen any serious sonar issues recently, have we?
No.
So just as right before approaching bottom.
yeah. Looks like it's closer here and farther there. It might need to
Yeah.
come in some. It's hard to tell.
This controller is like all or nothing here.
Yeah. Can tune down the pressure too. It'll might help.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna do
I
that.
think it's number 1. Top right. For the forward PTZ pilot cam. Okay. Yeah. So is that a converted? Do you convert the HD to SD and route it over? Okay. Okay. I'll look into that. Well, I can look into that right now. Hold on. Top side. Video sync. So, pilot cam should be 8. It says we're getting it. But let me turn it off and back on and find out here. Yeah, 6. So video 6 is related to the pilot. Right now I've both sync lights are red. When I power it up, both sync lights go green. I just powered it back on, yes. But are you getting the SD feed? Okay. Yeah. Well, I turned it out and then back on. And I watched my video sync lights go out and come back on. So that's the first indication that it's there. Maybe it's positive 5.5 on this. That looks like you're pretty well centered and it looks terrible. So I think I might have messed you up. Let's try positive 5.5 and see how that goes.
Oh, okay.
On the tilt. You want to come wide on the main HT, please? I think that's my fault, Don. Or I know it's my fault if what I'm saying is true. I thought it was minus 5.5, but it might be positive. Try lining up in the middle of that and see if it's less skewed.
You said 1500K.
Yeah. Yep, 1.5 meg at
Yep.
50 meters. It was 6 meg when we were on this, like not even on the surface yet.
What was it?
6 meg.
Okay, yeah.
Outside, it was about 5 when we hit the surface. It was about 1,500. Sorry, 6 meg, 6,000 on deck, 5,000 on the surface, 1,500 at 50 meters, 60 at depth.
The 50 meters is 1,500. Okay.
That looks
It's
a
a
lot
lot
better.
better.
Sorry.
Surface.
That was my fault.
That surface is
All right, let's see
5,000.
if I can- A little bit more.
Setting you up for failure there, huh?
And 60K. Okay. That's all my notes.
A little too far.
All right, let's talk buoyancy, Hefe. Let's, what was your, well,
So
we'll do on bottom here.
on bottom, we're at 72% to stay planted. And I was being conservative about how locked I am. I feel like it's like if I let off a small amount, it would start rising.
So 72% to stay on.
To stay on bottom, yeah.
Any other?
Z bias 32.5, roughly. I didn't fine tune that, but that's close.
Okay.
Once we broke the surface and started diving, so like overcame
Descent.
buoyancy and we were just keeping up.
Yep.
Then it was pretty much normal for descent. It was still at 65 or so.
Okay.
But to break surface took a lot of effort today.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
What else?
So anything else for foam? Let's look at, well, in a little while we'll want to look pitch roll.
Yeah, we had
through the
pitch roll on the
fins. Speaking
surface,
of
but
fins, what do you mean we had pitch roll at the surface? Like values?
on the dock.
Oh yeah, dockside when we did that.
But we'll check again here.
Yeah, maybe just let yourself float and see what it says.
I think we want a positive pitch, is what they said, and then even left, right. We also, yeah, when I let off, we can look at how fast I rise. With the
Set of fins
Yeah.
value?
yeah, there's like a whatever it's called, expert view.
yeah.
Yeah, are you getting
Sure.
values on that? Oh no, you're not.
No DVL values. Do you have DVL lock?
No.
So
Yeah.
we're
Okay.
getting all other values.
So you're getting your vert speed, 0.2024 meters a second. Interesting.
Right here. 0.003 negative.
You about done there?
If it works for you.
We can get the
Yeah.
last bit with tilt if we need
Yeah,
to.
we can tilt just a little bit.
It's interesting that it's saying we have north and east speed. It says you're moving south at 1.5 meters a
gonna-
second.
Cap the cameras and
Okay.
set the blocks.
Not likely that that's true. So that's what I was talking about. So that's the measurement there that makes us, when we go into Auto XY, just... Also, GPS is set always false, I assume, right?
It's hard to tell, but yes, I would believe it to be always false.
Okay. I mean, you sent that, at least.
I sent it
Yeah,
when
okay.
we did that restart here,
Mm-hmm.
and I opened up the value. I noticed it had never taken, well, so it was set to always false. We restarted the system. Right about here-ish, I did always true and clicked the send button. When this happened, and I went to restarted it, and I went to change it to always false when straps came off, and it was already on always false, which is saying to me that it's actually not taking.
Okay.
That this menu, I always do the wrong one. This menu, like I could change it and hit send, and if I open this menu again, it will say always true, but I don't think it's actually registering
Okay.
sub C, which is a little concerning.
I think it won't light up unless it's getting that feedback from the subsea. Like if I turn off the fins and you turn that up on, none of that will be populated. That's like, those are direct reads from the subsea one, I thought. Oh no, that's the ship GPS.
That's the ship's input GPS that you're reading. Yeah.
But like, well, I don't know. That's a test to do. Maybe
I think
on deck.
the one you're. Nope.
What? The one I'm.
I'm trying to find this one. I think is the one you can't get to.
Well, I know you can't control those for some reason, which I don't know why.
Which I wonder if is also part of the software issue that I can't get off this tab.
Right.
But yeah, I guess that'd be a good thing to see if you turn it off. The loading goes away when you turn it off because it's not connected to anything.
Yeah, but I think those menus go dark if you can't change it.
Yeah.
Co-pilot? I can hear you. Yeah.
I can hear Nav, or Nav can hear Copilot. So that you guys know, since it's technically an engineering dive, we decided that I will take all engineering notes over here. Don was doing some scribbles with like comps and stuff in the engineering book, but since it's an engineering dive, we figured it should all go over here. So
Yeah,
anything of note, just call it out, and I'll be your scribe.
sounds good. Keeping it in one place. I like that.
Yep. So I have a list of objectives that Carl gave us,
Okay.
and now I'm just starting the note section of just everything we've come across. So I'm not going to tell you what we found, because I sort of want you to also call out just what you see.
Okay.
If we've already addressed it, I'll tell you then, if that makes sense.
Video's ready for HD2.
Copy that. Sounds good.
I don't want to bias you guys.
Okay. Video, we have to turn on hydraulics to rotate up there. So, co-pilot, if you want to ramp us up.
And I...
Yeah, I think forearm.
Still has that clock, that rotate forearm issue.
Yeah, it's sticky. Is our compass not updating? It's off. Are you doing something with fins?
No, fins should be updating.
Our compass is just off.
Yeah, but you should be getting fins readings. Like heading.
Yeah, it usually like changes at least more than 0.1. You
Yeah,
know?
let me look over here, because we did have that issue before that it locked out.
I can change heads slightly.
Yeah, you're alternating between 0.11108 and 0.118.
Okay,
So
it's probably just...
yeah, I think you're just too stationary.
Yeah, gotcha.
So now that video's doing their stuff, we'll walk through the objectives.
Okay.
Carl gave us test hydraulics, so we're doing shilling now. Test autos. He wants to do all autos, and since we have the time, do a diagnostic test of interface to the autos. So in addition to the XY option on the GUI, the steps, he also wants to try joystick commands for all of these.
Okay.
Because we can change all the set points here or
Right.
on the joy box.
Video's clear.
Craft, he wants to do a full check of craft hydraulics. USBL calibration diagnostics. Essentially, he wants to just, with both vehicles stationary, have the ship do some things. Mostly just to turn and see what we see if there's any offsets on the calibration.
Okay.
Right. Still cam testing. The goal there was to do some lighting, but as Jeff mentioned, I'm not sure we're going to get anything useful out of it. So that one might be deferred. And then any additional testing you need to do for trim and buoyancy measurements.
Okay.
Jeff gave me a whole breakdown of his vertical percentages at different points, but the one thing we haven't done is just check pitch and roll while in the water column.
Okay. I take it you guys did not open the rock box?
We did not open the rock box.
Okay.
Opened naturally. As soon as Don moved the arm out of the way, it continued on over.
Okay.
Yeah, unless there's any
Yeah.
other movements on the shilling we want to try.
Well,
Is that stickiness something we can...
no, I mean, we could try to bump up RPM.
He did turn RPM lower. Okay.
Oh.
Great.
Yeah, I don't think
Have we
that's something we can do here.
opened and closed the jaw? Have we tested all the functions?
Yeah, I was just going to say, whatever we didn't use to get there, we should just test. It's the green one. That's off. Yeah. So I look pretty good. And I guess he came down on the shoulder a little bit, but if you want to go a little further, just to test it on the box, make sure it feels like it normally does.
That was forearm roll. It looks into the joint, so that would be counterclockwise, right?
I think yes. It's actually moving clockwise, but I think that the command is kind of, you know what I mean? Okay, so I guess we
Clockwise.
should,
So it starts at the base and going to the
yeah.
arm.
So
okay.
we should
So-
just call it clockwise.
Yeah, so clockwise.
Yeah,
I couldn't remember if it's from the base or looking into the
yeah, sure.
joint. Okay, so clockwise was a little sticky.
Okay. How do you feel about doing like? I'm not sure what you wanted to do for the USBL stuff.
He really wanted like just a 45, 90 degree heading change on the ship.
Oh, okay.
Is really all it was.
Okay.
Or if you had confidence that you could go in a very specific direction. It's a little difficult because we don't have heading coming in, ROV heading.
No.
That's something that Andy and I have to,
Okay.
Andy Lister and I are going to work on. But if we knew we were pointing north-south with good confidence, you could make a move and see if it follows.
Yeah. If you wanted to just get a
Ship change.
just a DP test, you could like move ship back 15 meters, something like that, or 10 or whatever. If you wanted to do a ship move,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Or
I would-
heading. I feel comfortable with you doing that now because we're stationary. I think that's
fine.
how we want to stay.
Yep. All right, then I will do a 45 degree heading change. Probably to port, but I'll see what they want.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Bridge, ROV nav. Yes, can we get a heading change? We would like to test our USBL tracking calibration. In order to do that, we are going to continue to plant ourselves on the bottom and then ask you to change your heading about 45 degrees, either port or starboard. And in theory, our ROV should remain in the same spot on high pack, but this will tell us if there's a calibration error. Does that make sense? Port works great for us, so if you just want to come 45 degrees to port, and we'll watch you down here. And just make sure it's a long A-frame, please. Or a round A-frame. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
How's everything feel there? Good?
Yeah.
So if you've gone through all the functions and it... Yeah, wrist pitch, and then... Oh no, you should be able to rotate the jaws. See if they're labeled. It's not the left one. That's open close. You see if you can at the very top. Yeah. Yeah, see if the very top rotates separately. Yeah.
case and it's enabled, you can tell the difference by the should be tall. Yeah, okay. So that's a physical disconnect on the jaw, and you have that carryover from when we used to put the probe and the cable out on the jaw so that you cannot. I'm not talking.
I'll do it this way. That's right. So that button used to be a protection against rotating the jaw when we had the temp probes and its cable mounted to this arm. So it's a disconnect on the signal line. So now you should be able to do it. Same thing. Yep. Keep it engaged and turning.
Nice. Video pilot.
Go ahead, pilot.
Is there anything you would like to test specifically?
I'm good with my test. I'd like for, I know you guys are going to test the swing arms, make sure you got full rotational.
Right. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Oh, and we'll do the still too at some point.
Yep.
With you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, once you bring the wrist in, once you bring it like straight, it's smoother. I think they're related somehow. I believe that is the case, yeah. Well, it seems like it's doing okay. Oh, try the other way on the wrist. Sorry. It seems like, oh yeah, there's that like, did you feel it a little sluggish in that one kind of, yeah. Seems like it's better now though. Okay. All right. Well, if you want to stow, let's stow that, and I can do craft while you check swing arms, I guess. Okay. I think it was. I think that's typical. I can follow you around with the mini Zeus. Oh, thanks. So I guess wait to stow until we close the lid. As long as you're just azimuth all the way out on the arm, that'd be. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. Let's bring that wing in. And then hopefully I can reach that with the craft.
that, we'll also set it as best we could try to line like north south. On one of the main axes, drive that one in and see if we
Okay.
can straight line.
Yeah, that I feel like that introduces more error. I don't know if the RV's about south.
Well, I mean, try to respond to the parents with auto system. I don't know.
Yeah,
We're just trying to think of anything else we can do besides a better change.
Okay, you want to
yeah, we can
extend the drawer?
try that along with that series. Step ahead and 10 meter, 10 meter move. See if we get straight lines on the truck. 'Cause it'll also
And just go nice and slow and make sure we're not the temp probe isn't getting jostled around a little. And Carl, notice the shilling jaw has a command, so I think if you just center it, yeah, nice.
Bridge ROV nav. Yeah, am I reading this correctly down here? You hit the that 45 and you're already on your way back? Oh, I see. Okay. Yep. It's turning around as we speak. No. Just let it settle out on that set point 45. Thank you.
Okay. You okay if I check some craft commands? Yeah, I'll just move. Actually, I'll let you do that. Just move. Actually, that's a pretty good spot right there because I'm gonna try to. I'll probably have you move the drawer in a little, and then I'm gonna try to reach that wing tab. But if
Fernando, we disable the shilling so no one bumps it.
okay, crafts is coming on. Yeah, let's actually switch these if you don't mind, and then put the main Zeus on mine again. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I might have to have you. Yeah, you want to bring the drawer in just a little? I'll index out. That should be, yeah, that should be good. Oh, my wrist is locked. What's that? Perfect. Yeah, and then while you do that, you can stow the, you can bring the drawer back in and then stow the shilling or finish stowing before we forget.
Bridge, RV nav.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks like the ship's struggling a little bit, so you can go back to the hold position anytime you want. Back at 142 heading. We're negative. Feel free to choose a heading, ideal heading for you. Roger that. 125.
Does it close when grip force is 0 and all that?
Yeah. Copy that. And I just changed grip force to 0, and I'm squeezing the jaws and they're not closing, so let's bump it up to 1. Okay. And they're just very slowly closing. That's good.
So, but 0 is nothing at all.
Nothing, yeah.
Yeah. We could take the time to recalibrate, or we could just say to use 1.
I kind of like 0 at. I kind of like the way that we have it because I remember like feathering into with the 1. You can feather into something and then just have it pretty much stationary.
Yeah.
I mean, we could make that 0 too, but I remember liking where it is. We can ask some of the other pilots too, though.
Yes. If you happen to request a lot of flow for one of the big shilling cylinders, at the same time Chris does, the craft, it might sag, yeah, or it might just go really slowly. I don't think it'll hurt anything. Yeah, that's true.
I can. You can go ahead and do that.
Wow, with the 45-degree heading change, our tracking drifted 1.8 meters. It's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
We'll try it again tomorrow in deep water. It should be 3 times as much in deep water, I guess.
Yeah.
3, or actually we're going about twice as deep, so maybe it'll be twice as much.
And how far did they come around? Like 45 degrees?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, do you want a view on the shilling? Are you good? Okay.
Yeah, it looks good in the rail cam.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll hit the door.
Yeah. Sounds good. Okay. I don't think there's much more that I wanted to test other than maybe closing the jaw and trying to do a wrist rotate. Yeah, maybe we can. I could turn force feedback on and at least see if something.
Oh yeah.
I think I don't want to push on the wing, but I could push on the rail down there.
In the port nip cam, I'm seeing a tilt.
That's good right there. What's that video?
Looking in the port manip cam, I just saw a hood tilt. Is that the camera lens in the upper right-hand corner?
A hood tilt? What does that mean?
Did you guys change one of the camera angles just about 30 seconds ago?
We've been changing mini zoos.
Okay. I think I'm seeing that in the top right-hand corner of the port manip cam.
Oh, okay. Well, here, let's test the. Yeah, there you go. Is that what you're seeing? This is main zoos.
Okay, so I don't know if that means the camera has been, the manip camera has been, angle has changed. Make sure you guys got a good square view where you want it in the middle.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is what I remember. I remember at least in the starboard one being able to see the the camera so we can see it rotate a little.
Okay.
Ooh, fish.
Go ahead, Bridge. Copy that, Bridge. Sounds good.
Actually, let's can you bring the drawer back? Let's just see if I can get some force here. Don't worry about the drawer for the moment. Yeah, I can feel it.
Nice.
How much force do you feel when you're grabbing that lid on the other one?
I didn't have force feedback on for that one, but you probably wouldn't feel a whole lot on the lid.
So we've tested all hydraulics, is that right?
No, we need to do swing arms.
Okay.
So I'll stow the craft here. Copy that. Seems like there's a lot of glare. Oh, that's because the swing arms are out. That's why. Okay. Yeah, and I have killed hydraulics on the craft.
The pilots, I don't know if they relayed to you guys, your pilot PTZ camera is not showing up in your small monitor, but it will come up on your big monitor if you route it.
Okay, yeah, Bobby mentioned as much. Thanks, video. Sounds good. Okay. You want to try to, before you bring it in more, I want to get eyes on it with Mini Zeus and just see, because that one doesn't have I don't think that it has the stop to keep it from hitting the shilling. Yeah, let's bring it in a little more, and then yeah, like you said, full. Okay, that's probably good there.
So did that hit the mechanical stop there? There should be.
I don't think that there is. I don't.
Oh. Okay.
So yeah, I wouldn't bring it in anymore.
Well, I mean, this would be the time to try it if we went really slowly.
That's true. Or actually, let's do it. Video is saying. Oh boy. Bring up the pilot. Is this like super zoomed in or?
Yeah, it looks like it's super zoom.
That doesn't really help.
I can give you zooms on HD2.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like there's no mechanical stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, while you're doing it, note anything that seems tuned too fast or too slow. And those tend to be, because if you tune them slower, then they don't come up. So that's a tricky one to tune.
Oh, okay. You're gonna leave that one. Okay. Actually, you might want to ask Video where he wants it, as far as like in or out. It looks like it's inboard a little.
Yeah, if you tilt your main HD down a little bit. Right now I'd say we've got good lighting. Nothing's hot. It's nice and spread out from this angle. Sirius doesn't give me a view, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, we could do a ship move. You want to test that out a little?
Do a ship move?
Yeah, because it's way out there.
Oh, instead of, yeah.
Just get TP going and all that.
Yeah. You just want to get Sirius closer?
Yeah.
Right now this says you're 24 meters away, which is probably pretty accurate. You want to do 15?
Sure.
Okay.
So you like that one rolling? The port lower?
Yeah, right now I'd say that's nice even lighting.
Okay.
Well, I mean, nice and even from the left. The right side's a little bit low.
Copy.
Bridge nav. Bridge nav. We'd like to request a ship move if you're ready. Excellent. We would like 15 meters bearing 010 degrees at 0.2 knots. Good copy, Bridge. All right, first ship move of 2018.
Underway. I like it.
Lars, are you listening? Do you want to come over and I'll show you some of the nav computers while they're testing hydraulics?
Oh, something's... I just picked up a little.
I had the first move. It's a heading change.
I just asked Lars to come over and I'd show him a normal day in the life of a navigator.
You want to keep going with it?
No, it's a little. I'm happy to have you do it.
Good. I'll go back. I'm sure.
But when you
Takes a lot of stuff.
have double shifts, if you need more time off.
I get next shift off. Yeah, and then you have me and Lynch. It's a great day for me.
Yeah, it's the best.
So, Chris's morning, you're tired. There is a store near Rapid that you advertise. Yeah, is there still no down at all? No. Welcome to Nap. Crawling navigation. Stop me if you
Okay, so you're moving inboard. Do you have any rotational on that one as well? Only in and out, up and down. Okay, why don't you take it to maximum in? Okay, that light level's actually dropping off, but go ahead and take, maximum. Okay, bring it out slowly. Right there's the most even lighting.
And I think that's what we typically fly with, is down like 45-ish and then in 10 to 20.
Yeah, and like right now, I don't know if you guys can see way over here my vector scope, but this is the curve of the thing, so when you're all the way in, this side drops off a little bit, and where you guys set the other one, you actually optimized it without me saying anything.
Yeah, well.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, let's do uppers.
Can we get cameras on the light bars moving?
Yes.
all of this information is now relative to the ROV is 430 meters buried per second. So a lot of people like to see where you're heading as the active target.
It's probably...
Is it still going now that you took your hand off?
Yeah, right there to mid-active.
I thought I saw it continue after I saw you take your finger off. It still looks like it's moving.
Yeah, it is a little. That's probably some air working through the system.
So it goes back a step. There's a little checklist here. These wrong steps are being navigated. It says on bottom, select bottom.
Does HD2 tilt up to that camera bar, light bar?
Can't really see anything. You want to try it?
Yeah, if we get it with that one, then we can take the main and keep it out in the
Oh,
front.
yeah. I can do that anyway for you.
Straps on, straps off. Timestamps for master. That's mostly just soft.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was moving main HD on you.
You're double fisting it over there. I'm impressed.
You can kind of see. Yeah. I didn't think you could tilt up that much, but. Oops, I went past 0.
Squid coming in center view.
Yeah. Feel free to zoom if you want. Almost.
I would say it's slightly darker on the right-hand side. Maybe we tilt down a little bit more on the main HD.
Coming down.
Okay. So, yeah, can we put HD2 over to that side so we can see what's going on?
Sure.
And yeah, I think maybe try swinging it inboard. Be my first test.
What's that blob going by, Roland?
Seen jellies.
Yeah, the Titan kind of obscures it, but yeah, you can see it over there.
Okay, there it is. So those do have rotational, right?
Right.
Okay. So let me see it go all the way back. I just want to watch the waveform, see what it's looking like. Okay, yeah, it's definitely dropped off there. Now slowly bring it, pointing straight forward, so it's like 90 degrees. So it would be obviously way forward. It's almost like it's pointing into the camera. I just want to see the waveform monitor.
You can give a little zoom on Sirius, Roland, if you want to see where it actually is physically. Just so we can take notes and replicate it.
Yeah, she starts dropping off, about 40 degrees off. Okay, you can stop there. Now deploy it to where you think it has been normally, and I'm just going to watch the waveform.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think if you take it slightly more forward from that angle was the optimal lighting. And that exact angle is going to be a little different depending on each environment. Yeah, I think that's been the best I've seen on the waveform monitor.
And I think that's where we typically keep it, so that's good. Okay. Any notes that you want Chief Nab to write down? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Agreed. Okay. So with the swing arms out, why don't we do let's come full wide on Sirius again, just so we can see the tether. I'd like to come up off the bottom and test some buoyancy and stuff. You all good with lighting, Roland? You think? Actually,
what? Full clear.
You still have your waveform up?
Yes, I do.
Let me know if this makes a difference.
Nothing yet.
Okay. What about now?
No change.
Okay, cool. I was wondering if our tail lights affected that at all.
Okay.
I didn't figure they did, but
How about from this distance doing the Sirius lights
yeah, go for it.
on and off? Yeah, no impact on the ROV camera. See that come up on the right side of Sirius's image? Center, yep. And there comes the left side, yep. So yeah, Sirius has got even lighting across, and it's from this much turbidity in the water, no noticeable difference on the ROV camera.
Okay. Okay, and you brought the drawer all the way back in? Yeah. Okay. Ooh.
Anything that comes from the ship, you'll want to make sure you relay it to pilots.
Because they don't hear it.
They may or may not be listening to the bridge channel.
Yeah, Jeff was saying the navigator is the direct communication between the two.
Yeah, precisely.
Okay.
So anything the bridge asks, you want to check to get confirmation from pilots before you get permission.
Actually, I'll give the navigator an update real quick. We went through all hydraulics. Everything works as expected. I think the only note is that there's no mechanical stop in the port lower when you're coming inboard. We already knew that. It was just a note to remind people. What was your checklist on hydraulics?
Yeah, so we have port lower, swing arm, no mechanical stop already listed.
Okay.
Craft was good. All joints tested. Force feedback good.
Oh, okay. He was taking notes.
0, no motion. 1 barely closes. Yeah, we got those joints on the shilling. That was it for hydraulics. Just test hydraulics.
Okay.
Make sure all joints, all swing arms, everything, drawer in and out, drawer slides, etc.
Yep. So I think we're good on hydraulics.
Okay. Other tasks, we have test craft, test hydraulics, USBL cal diagnostics, we've done that. Steel cam testing, defer any trim and balance measurements you need to make,
That's what I was gonna do.
and then test autos.
Okay. Well, let me come up off bottom and see if we can see anything. Thanks.
Over here.
Okay, lifting off.
This screen is primarily used for tracking. So that is the actual software that is operating the transceiver mounted on the hull.
So Chris, as you go through this, you want to maybe just give a short little description of, for anybody that's watching us out there, what we're doing this morning?
Sure.
Once you start tracking, you pretty much leave it be. A lot of people switch it over.
So, as many people know, since the last cruise, we've made some modifications and changes to the vehicle, and that obviously changes our buoyancy and our trim underwater. So what I'm doing right now is we found out today that we're a little bit lighter than we used to be in the water, so we're more buoyant. So I'm just testing that we have all the information we need to move some weight around on the vehicle. We have some weights on the bottom webbing of the frame of the vehicle that we can place in certain locations on D2 to make sure that we're flying level and we're not too buoyant and we're not too heavy. So I'm just seeing what it does right now with no commands. I'm seeing if it rolls to port or starboard, seeing if it's nose down, nose up, and it looks like we're listing a little to port, and it looks like we're very light, like the previous pilot passed on to me, and we can tell because our Z-bias, which is what we use to keep us neutrally buoyant, our constant vertical thrust downward is a lot different than it was the last cruise, so that's a pretty good indication of our buoyancy change.
As part of that, we make it as easy as possible for the
those colors stay, these ones change.
And what do you have to do to prepare for a dive?
So on this one again, it has a couple check marks that it will sort of just make sure you did those. This is the real life of a navigator. In here, there's a section of SOPs. So one for setting up PyPack to get it ready for the day's dive. And before you even do that, you have to go through nav preparation, which creates all these background files.
So setting the waypoints.
So at the beginning, setting those
Could you write something down for me?
charts.
Could you write down from the fins roll minus 0.3, pitch positive 1.8. With no commands, roll minus 0.3. Pitch 1.9. Positive. And that's it. Thank you. So the other tricky thing is that we want to keep it level, keep the vehicle...
Are you still floating?
No, not anymore.
Okay. I was going to get your pitch and roll over here. I know you were giving it to him.
Yeah, I just gave it a kick back down, so I'll go hands off in a minute. Let's get it again. Yeah, we want to keep the vehicle level in water, but also in air when we're picking up with the crane topside, so that there's a balance there. And we have a multiple thousands of lines long spreadsheet that we keep all of our information in, weights and buoyancy and displacement and densities. And that's what we use to estimate before we ever get in the water and do these tests. But as with most things, the best test is getting in and then taking measurements and doing fine adjustment from there. Yeah, is this? Yeah, okay. Yeah, they are. I'm going to give it a bump back down. Okay. Minus 1 point. No, sorry, positive 1.7 for pitch. Yeah, I had Fernando write it down too. Okay, it's a port lateral. It's a starboard lat. So auto heading is, yeah, it's updating. So auto heading has been holding pretty well. So I don't know if we want to check that off the list, but I'll go into auto depth and auto altitude too. And then you want to step through this with me? Auto depth is in.
Cool tripod fish.
Go ahead, Roland.
So just eating in a few spots. I don't think I've ever seen the ears like that either.
I guess you want a side shot, huh, Roland?
Oh, you can test your motors in a pirouette move.
Yeah.
With your call-ups to the bridge, you always present your ship moves distance, bearing, speed. So say, hey, bridge, you're going to get a ship move of 100 meters bearing 253 0.2 miles.
And that's all calculated on the calculator? Or?
Yes and no. It's kind of a feel. Like the calculator is a little more useful when for watch lead, this lead scientist says, hey, how long is it going to take for us to get there? Or you are sitting here at nav and you're keeping track of the time you have left on the guide and you say, all right, I know that waypoint 2 over here is 3,000 meters away. In order to get that, we have to maintain an average course, an average speed of decimal 2.
You want to give it a little more?
So that kind of helps you say, keep the
I think you're doing great. Get him on the front end.
Yeah, I want to keep it here. Let's get a little bit more of a zoom.
Okay, I was just discussing with Bob the pilot monitor up there, and I changed the source to check to see if the monitor was responding.
Oh, okay. I've never seen this, Roland. Have you?
I've never seen this particular tripod fish. The upper fins or fillers being that wide is very different to me.
Yeah.
This is very cool.
So before I move, do you want a tighter zoom on anything?
Yeah, let's get his face.
As much as safety visible. And again, that also depends on depth. When we're at 4,000 meters, it takes 10 minutes for that ship move to propagate down the cable and get to the vehicles. So you don't want to
Focus is doing that on its own.
Really?
surprise yourself.
Yep.
Hmm.
I'm gonna just rock the control real hard to
Okay.
see if I can clean the contacts.
It's a good thing to iron out now.
Yep, still doing it.
Huh.
I think there would be a little bit of a noise on the line. That's Bobby's world. Bobby, I don't know if you notice the focus on the ROV HD camera. Slightly pulsing in and out. I suspect that's a little noise on the control line.
Okay.
Yeah. That's going to be noise on your end, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
and-
because it's analog to serial there. We're
Right.
only communicating through the serial, so that's
right. So I think what we've seen this in the past has been
that pot or that slide is starting to go.
not necessarily the slide, but maybe noise on that line. So it may be
I can
filter
open,
or something.
we can open it up and mess with it, but that's not something we have. That's Insight's box.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lift off from.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
talk with Jeff. We'll look
Sure.
at it.
Saw a little parasite on that upper fin.
Yeah, I saw that too.
For a parasitologist, they'll like that. Is that a word? It is now.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back and keep testing autos. Clean the skids off a little. Okay, so auto depth was good. Rock solid. I'll go into auto altitude. Now, putting auto head back in. Auto altitude in. See how it does.
So you're asking about movements. General movement pattern is directly uphill or slightly off of that. We like to handle
Is that you, survey? Okay. That's going well. We're testing autos at the moment. Okay.
So, this is the Okeanos video engineer talking on the OKX line. I heard somebody just joined us.
It's the home archaeology room trying to get set up.
Alrighty.
Okay. I'll work with Nav.
can't find it, but there was a little drawing.
Seems like it's parked pretty well.
But we try to go uphill so that we always know what's coming shop, what obstructions are in our way. And we always D2 and be serious so that we see
Yeah.
so that we know
Oh, as last time? No, it's usually around. It used to be around 20, 22. Yeah. So we're having to use a little bit more.
We don't ever want to be turning, we don't want serious turning backwards and heading away from where it's pointing. So we always keep serious pointing towards the way forward, which is uphill.
Yep. Yep. We should be checking, especially on a first dive like this, we should be checking comps all the time.
Taking in that information, the length is usually just a tether. The speed is how comfortable the pilot is making that move. The more experienced pilots are more comfortable moving faster. Also, what the conditions are and how the ship can handle it. Sometimes for them, conditions are so bad that point one knot, they can't do that. On the flip side, sometimes conditions are such that they can't go faster, so they can only do point one. Speed is, again, taking in those different variables, seeing how the bridge is feeling that day. And you can can ask them, say, Bridge, hey, you think you can do this at point bridge? If you're going 5 meters, it doesn't matter. If you're going 100 meters, there's a difference between point 1 and point 3. If you're just coming off a 400-meter move, you got to remember there's going to be a lot of layback in the cable. So serious is not going to be where
Video to pilot.
Go ahead.
The monitor on your lower left is flickering. Is that a known problem you guys have recorded?
Yeah. Yeah, we recorded it. We think it has to do with the light level sometimes.
Oh, so is it affecting both monitors, not just that one?
Yep.
Okay. And you can add a note to your monitor number 1. Did some testing over here. It appears to be a monitor-specific issue, not your camera. If I put the control room camera on that monitor, it is not a good image.
Oh, okay.
Now
That's good to know.
I'll put the aft deck camera on it. You can sort of see how it sort of tries to fade in.
Yeah, okay.
We might try power cycling it.
Okay.
Bridge, ROV nav. So I'm actually going to just check with them. Hey, Bridge. Eventually, when we approach this target, we're going to want to go about 400 meters, bearing 340 degrees. A, are you in a position that's good for that move? And B, are you? What kind of speed do you think you can give us for that? We'll just go, normal speeds, 0.1 to 0.3. But yeah, what speed do you think you're comfortable doing? Roger that, and you're okay with this heading for that move?
Yeah, let's start with this heading, and we'll reassess if...
Roger that. All right, I'll call up when we're ready. It's probably going to be another hour, so we'll have to reassess. But just in case it's shorter on our end, I wanted to be prepared.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I'll be off watch here at 11:30, so I'll pass this.
Roger that. Thank you.
So Lars, the scientist just came back into the spot and is ready for his headset.
Forum Archaeology is standing by for the conference call.
Hello, this is Peter Etnoyer and the Deep Coral Ecology Lab calling in from NOAA in Charleston.
Welcome. This is Roland, video engineer. We're still waiting for a few others to come on the line. The scientists will then introduce everyone.
Great. Thanks. Nice to hear from you, Roland.
Same here.
Hey, Roland, it's Brian. Can
All right,
you drop
gentlemen.
the conference call from
Remove.
transit?
Copy that. Separating the conference call from the OKEX party line.
Thank you.
Waypoint 2 is
Well, not from the party line, just take the
currently
party
active.
line out of transit.
That is our target of interest. Distance 432 meters, bearing 340. The ship.
Yeah, I can come around. Oh, I'm pretty much there. I'm ready to go. Whenever you are. Yeah, it's fine. I'll lateral a little.
Okay to start?
Yeah.
Bridge, ROV Nav. Hey, we finished up our testing, and we're going to go ahead with that move now. So
Copy.
let's go for 400. Let's do 350 meters, bearing 340.
Did you want to get a still image of that tripod fish that was off to the right?
Yeah, at decimal 1 knot to start. And you can change speeds mid-move.
By the way, talk to the scientists. And
Okay,
they said that
yeah,
was
let's
a very
start with
common
your
fish.
decimal 1 then. That's great. Yeah, we'd like to speed up if we can. Perfect.
We're going to defer the digital still
Move in.
rolling.
Okay.
Especially if it's common.
Now just get that still camera triggered at depth to see that things are functioning. We haven't had it on yet.
Yeah, I think I just got word from Carl to defer. So he's going to start what speed?
Decimal 1 for now. See how the ship handles.
Gotcha.
113 minutes at this speed.
Okay. One last thing that Carl wanted to make a note right there was when the upper swing arm on the port side was coming out, and I let go of the command, it just kept moving a little bit. It might be air or something else, but he just wanted to note it.
Okay. Upper swing arm continued move.
Yep, as it was
Upper port.
being deployed. Yep.
Copy.
Does the tether seem like it's behaving properly?
Yeah, I was taking a look at it when you were drifting, and it looked good. Let me see right now.
You can pass that to Copilot when you're done. Go bridge. Roger that. Let's go decimal 2.
Okay, the tether looks good.
Copy that.
Just wanted you guys to see the picture of what we're looking for. I don't think it's going to work very well with the new obstruction.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, so we're doing the same thing. We're going over with the camera and trying to get that.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
So, for your information, the possible target is 33.8 meters in length, a width of approximately 7.92 meters, height 4.26 meters.
Copy.
So,
they're talking about it now on that call.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
Great. Is Carl on this?
I think he is in a different room.
I think he's in the dry lab.
Yes. I'm going to adjust your sonars.
Go for it.
What is that coming from?
Shilling.
Okay.
He
Go ahead.
Are you comfortable with this speed, or do you want me to try 3 tenths?
Stand by, bridge.
All of our
Did Carl mention is 1 their go time to avoid lunch issues? If we get there early?
I think we just told him 1. So if we get there early, that's fine.
Bridge, RV nav. Yeah, if you feel good increasing to 0.3, let's go for it. Roger, thank you.
The same. Did you try messing with the Sirius to at least get something out of it?
It's an interesting line off to your port side.
Yeah, let's see if we can...
25 meters out, so bit of a push. But there's something there. 20 meters.
Do you want me to keep you in frame?
Yeah, please.
Copy. We're moving pretty fast right now. 0.3?
Correct.
3?
0.3.
Okay. All right. Gonna hold it at 310.
Okay. Kind of lost it. Maybe it was this thing here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're on it like 15 meters out. I think it's this berm that you're seeing.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna turn a little bit more to keep you into view.
Copy that. Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay. That's 285.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Yeah. Okay, we can. I'll work my way back and to our heading.
Okay.
Anything amazing, Chris? 36 minutes to 1.2. Oh, so we made the move and we're going a bit faster. 1.3. Okay, so we should just say we'll be there at 36 meters. I'm stopping us off 100 meters or so. Yeah. So, 25. Okay.
Bridge, RV nav. Yes, let's come easy stop, please.
Workshop pilot.
Nick, this is ROV nav. You copy? Yeah, we just want to let you know, Dive Super and I, we just said 12:15. We expected to have it.
Keep coming around to
in
340.
sight. You're welcome.
Oh, went a little bit too much.
Ship it. It's easy stop.
Copy that. Copy. I'm gonna come up a little.
Okay. That's 340 right there.
Okay. And I'm gonna push out. Gotcha. Copy. Okay. I came off bottom a little bit and I'm just pushing out just to... We're all stable here. Copy.
Thank you, Bridge.
Okay.
Want us to check with the bridge? Yeah. Bridge. Bridge, RV nav.
Copy that.
Hey, so we realized that we lost control up here of the winch, and that's why we called the easy stop. Our inspector just went down and saw that the HPU is off. You haven't had any reports from engineering as to why that might have happened? Okay, can you check with them maybe, and just let them know our HPU turned off on its own? Carl is down there right now. He is turning it back on. He didn't notice anything out of place, but we wanted to check with you and the engineers. Go nav, go winch. Roger that. I'll see if I can find a software or a data member to see if they can pull the exact time from SCS.
Are you having trouble turning it back on, Carl? Copy. Green light up here.
Okay, copy.
Go bridge. Roger that. Yeah, Carl's down there now. He is booting the system up. He hasn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. One thing he wanted to ask was if you knew of anyone working at the aft station that may have taken that metal cover on or off. Apparently that has been a issue before with someone accidentally hitting the e-stop while putting that cover back on. Yeah, maybe check with Bosun or ETs. Thanks.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, calling in.
Deck nav, Vinny is on his way to meet you.
Copy that. Okay, I hauled in a meter. Everything looks good.
Yep.
I'll enable the control room if you're ready.
We're ready up here. Okay, lights on. Gonna haul in a little bit. Okay.
Trilab nav.
Paying off. All right, that looks good.
All right. Well, I'll stay down here and talk to Vinny and do a winch check, just to make sure all the temperatures and pressures are good. Luckily, we're on flat, muddy bottoms.
Go ahead, Nav.
So
Yeah, is there a member of the data team over there? In there?
There is not. Would you like me to go find him?
Yeah, what we're looking for, we just lost our HPU controls for the winch, and so we were hoping they could look in the SCS file and maybe pinpoint the exact moment that the winch turned off.
All right, I will see if I can find somebody.
Thank you.
No problem.
We're back. What's the, what are those contours? 10 meters? Okay. So do you feel comfortable bringing the ship back? Yeah. Okay. Same.
Bridge, ROV Nav.
RV nav, bridge.
Our HPU is running again. Carl's going to sit
Video's
down there
swapping
and
out.
do another couple checks and work with Vinny, talk with him. But we're ready to continue if you are.
Roger that. Yeah, I'm ready to continue as well.
All right, let's... do you need a new ship move from here?
Yes,
Yeah, why don't I just give you a new one?
I will. Yeah, I didn't keep track of how much we had moved.
Yeah, no problem. Stand by one. Okay, bridge, let's please do 200 meters, bearing 340 degrees.
Roger that, nav. 200 meters, 340 degrees. I'm gonna try set 2/10.2 knots first.
Roger that, decimal 2. Move is on.
Okay, copy. Steel 340. Altitude about 15. Delta 10. So Carl said that 40 minutes ago he made the round and it was okay. I noticed about maybe 15 minutes ago.
That's at the very most. It was only off for like 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like Josh is going through the log there.
Yeah.
Because it should just zero out at a certain point.
Oh, on SES. Yeah. Cool.
I'm not really sure how that helps us, but I guess it's still good information to have.
Yeah, for sure.
Always see the value zero out? Oh yeah, it's just line out. Okay. Thanks for looking. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for looking. I was very confused. That's it. It's continuous. Yeah, let's go.
Bridge, ROV Nav.
RV nav, bridge.
If you're okay increasing, we would love to increase to 0.3.
Roger that. We'll try decimal 3.
Thank you.
So how long does it take to move 300 meters at 0.3?
22 minutes.
Oh wow, that's pretty quick. Okay.
It's 200 meters.
Is that where the target is, or just shy of it?
I'm stopping you guys 100 meters short.
Okay.
So that we can approach easy.
Yeah, copy that.
Is there a reason why we have the sonar so far out?
Just to see when it comes in.
Yeah.
We can move it back once we get closer for sure.
There could be stuff hanging off it too. You don't never know.
But past 80, like this stuff, like those are artifacts, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
That's not
I
really.
think I can only really remember one time we've acquired something out that far, and it was a spire 2 meters diameter and 40 meters tall. But this is just sort of me playing around to see how soon we find something in sonar.
Yeah, I guess it's good to know the upper limit of the sonar.
We're going at 0.3. Got about 20 minutes, and I'm stopping you 100 meters shy of the target.
Roger that.
Control room winch.
Go winch.
Yeah, I just did a check on the iPad. Everything looks good. I'm going to head up. Just keep a close eye on it.
Understood.
Can you bring me down a little video? Thank you. So what do you think? 20 pounds? Add 20 pounds? Yeah. £40. We have 30s, 20s, and 10s. 100 pounds? Yeah. I think we'll add 20 tonight so that we don't overshoot it. So it actually does make a lot of difference. You can zoom on his fish as we go by. He's, panicking.
All right, if they're stopped, what would you like?
We'll just come in at every 20 meters, something like that.
30-meter moves?
Yeah, 30's fine. Yeah.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Nav, bridge, go ahead.
Yes, it looks like that ship move is complete.
Yes, it is.
Okay, can we get a new ship move, please?
Sure, go ahead.
30 meters, bearing 340 at 0.2.
That's 30 meters, bearing 340, speed 0.2.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Roger that.
Did you come up a fair amount? Yeah.
Yeah, I did come up a little bit because I saw the tether right there, like it was going down, and it was coming up, and I actually saw it on my tail cam.
Oh, okay.
That scared me a little bit. I can come back down a little bit. My camera right now is at 45 degrees.
Okay. Yeah, I'm out there a ways.
Yeah, I think I was just like almost on top of you or something, and then I saw the tether right there.
Okay.
That scared me.
Sounds good.
Move initiated.
Copy.
About 100 meters out. maybe.
You have a target that's repeating on D2.
Just right off to starboard.
Yeah, 80 meters out. 65, 70.
Yeah.
Could be the start of it. We should be coming in on one end. It's been there for enough sweeps.
Yeah, for sure. It's not an artifact, I don't believe. I can come up a little, see if it didn't really help.
What are you measuring there? Is that 30 end to end? Yeah, 15, 30.
Yeah.
I sat across it in the dry land, so we Bridge nav.
Nav bridge, go ahead.
Hi, I just we had a swap over here. I just want to check in, make sure you didn't hail me in the last 30 seconds.
Nope.
All right,
Did
thanks.
not. We are just about coming to a complete move.
Roger that. Thanks, Bridge.
Yep.
Nav.
Pilot, how's it going?
Good.
Looking at the ship track here. I think we're heading... It's not going the direction I expect, but we'll see. It's going, yeah, 340. We're supposed to be heading towards the north. The track has it walking 15 meters south for a second here. So
Okay.
it might just be settling in. Just keep an eye on that.
Okay. So the last move was north or 340?
340.
Okay.
30 meters. And there's no targets here to tell me where that started, but I imagine near this whoop-de-doo. So,
Okay.
30 meters is right about there. So they're pretty much there.
They think that the target will be about 60 meters ahead of D2.
Yeah, I think they're
So-
just sneaking up on it. So
Yeah.
we can do another 30 meters at 340 if you're ready.
Sounds good to me. You
Looks
ready,
good here.
Dave?
Yep.
Okay,
do it.
let's do it.
And the winch had a dropout, co-pilot, just so you know.
Yeah, I heard that.
So just keep an eye on the HPU status light
Sure.
there, so you know what's
I'll,
going on.
Keep an eye. Just
This is the
hydraulics
video
or
engineer on
everything?
board the
Just
Okeanos
hydraulics.
Explorer
Watch the
with a reminder of
actual
all
HPU status
participants in today's conference call and those here on board the ship that all of the audio and video associated with today's dive will be recorded and archived.
Bridge RV nav.
So keep that in mind as we
Nav
proceed.
bridge, go ahead.
Yeah, can we get a ship
And
move, please?
have a good dive.
Zach, go ahead.
Let's do an additional 30 meters, bearing 340 degrees at decimal 2 knots.
Good copy, 30 meters, bearing 340, speed decimal 2.
Thank you, Bridge.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first dive of a very
so Dave, we'll
exciting
have to keep a
expedition
close
aboard
eye out
NOAA
for,
ship Okeanos Explorer.
wires, cables,
we will be surveying
dangers.
deep water habitats in the Gulf of Mexico for the next
so
22
I think
days.
it's just what's the
so we got some very exciting dives ahead.
Not sure why that happened.
Weather
That's
permitting,
happening.
we'll be
It looks like
exploring
to stop
some of the
each
deepest
time,
parts of the Gulf
goes
of
to hold
Mexico,
position.
which
We
include
have
a
a little,
wide variety of fascinating habitats,
little 10-meter
including
deviation
some
here.
maritime heritage resource sites, some
Actually, sometimes
deep
with tame
coral sites,
conditions, that's when it happens the most.
cold water
because
seeps and
it's less input
chemosynthetic
to
habitats,
Move
as well as some
initiated.
midwater.
Thank you, Bridge.
So your science leads for the expedition is
I don't
going
think
to
it's
be
going to affect us.
myself. I am
It does one
Daniel
little
Wagner,
swoop. The wire
working
probably
under
doesn't even
contracts
react
for
that much to
NOAA's
it.
National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, and to my left is
Hi,
Oh,
this
this
is
guy.
Adam Skarkey.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
A professor of geology at Mississippi State University.
Water's a little
and I'll
cloudy
be joining
today, huh?
Daniel,
It's
on
very
the
turbid
cruise
today,
as,
yeah.
your co-expedition lead.
River outlet.
And so today, the ROV has actually been in the water for the last 3 hours already.
So I
as
came
being
up a
the
little
first
bit.
dive of this expedition, the main
gonna
purpose
scan
was
around
to test the
while we wait.
ROV and
It's looking pretty
do a
consistent,
series
huh?
of engineering tests, which happened over the last 3.5 hours. But
think
those
the scan is
tests all
smart,
ran
just in case we
smoothly,
don't want to miss it.
and so we're very excited on the second part of the dive to actually, we're heading right now as we speak towards a presumed archaeological site. This is what we believe is a shipwreck that lays at about 700 meters. So we are expecting to arrive at the site about 20 minutes from now, and might be starting to see the site about 10 meters. And the objectives of the dive for this latter portion are going to be threefold. The first thing we're going to be doing is just a general reconnaissance of the area, getting a feel for how big the site is and how large the area is. We know that this is a
So you were
presumed
riding at
archaeological site because of
35
industry maps in
Z-bias
the area.
today,
There's some
or
really good
is that
site
adjusted
scan,
from when you sat down?
sonar maps that were
I had it
created
at
in
32 and a
2008.
half.
And
Okay.
on those
Yeah,
maps,
so it's about where I said it.
we see
Sorry, you
what
meant
looks like an
thruster
archaeological
percentage,
site
35, that's
that is
correct.
about
Sorry, yes, yeah, not
34
Z-bias level
meters
thruster.
long
Those-
by 8
those are
meters wide,
interchangeable. I just
and
wasn't
sits just over 4 meters over the seafloor.
Looks like I'm a little heavy here.
And so the
push it
first
down a little
purpose
bit.
is going to be just doing
that's
a
good.
general reconnaissance of the area.
So maybe I'll
And then
back off
once
to
we
like
get a
33.
handle of that, we're actually going to do a
31.
mapping videos survey. So
33,
driving
sorry.
onto the site,
See how
back
that
and
holds.
forth, taking very
How's
good
the auto
video of
depth
the
work?
area.
That's
And
what I'm
this
curious
is
about.
something
Chris-
that's used
Chris
for
had it in auto depth,
photogrammetry. So a technique
when I first
used
sat
to
down
do
and it
3D visualizations or reconstructions.
I always wonder because if
for those
the
folks
vehicle
who joined us on
dynamics,
the
like the
last
gains and
expedition
everything,
to the
are
Gulf
based
of
on a certain
Mexico,
buoyancy.
There
if those
explored
will
a
work well
shipwreck
still
site on that expedition
with
as
a
well,
change.
and did some.
I mean, it has to be able to
exactly what I'm
accommodate an
talking about,
upwelling
and
and
if
stuff
you
like
go
that.
onto
So I'm
the
sure it's
Okeanos Explorer website for that last expedition, you'll actually can see some really
We're on the order of
wonderful
like
3D models of the site.
like 100%.
And we'll try to do that.
You have to apply
as
100% more
well.
force to do the
And
same
then,
maneuver.
Depending on how much time we have
17%
left, once we
versus
do this
30.
series of mapping video
Buoyancy.
surveys,
The
as
change.
time permits,
vehicle,
towards
but
the end,
that's-
we'll
but
try
yeah,
to get
you're
some
right,
good
it's a lot more
close-ups of both any artifacts that we might see on the site,
Okay, coming
as well
back.
as any
Catching up to you a little bit,
biological
so
Sounds good.
tons of
organisms that might be living on or close to the shipwreck.
Okay, so no other returns other than that hard one. Just that 340.
Yeah. And if it wasn't so turbid, you might be able to start seeing it soon.
Yeah. A little over 40 meters out.
Very difficult to see the tether with all this stuff in the water.
A couple more facts about this site. So based on the
It's
location
definitely taking on some
and these
shape
maps,
now.
what experts that work
Can you
on
tilt your
these
camera up a touch,
artifacts
Dave?
think that this is a tugboat that might
That's
have gone
probably
down in
pretty close to the
1965.
finish of the ship move.
So that would make
So I
this
have
a
it, the
53-year-old
target's still 40
wreck
meters
site.
out in front of you,
And this is
and you're pretty
important
well
because
stretched, yeah.
if it is in fact
Yeah, I got a
this
little
site,
more, but I think we'll
would
definitely
be older than 50
need
years,
another move. Maybe
and that
20
is
meters.
one of the criteria
We'll
that
creep
is
up on
used
it.
for
Sounds good.
places to be able to be
2-0.
nominated for the National
Same bearing?
Yep.
Register of Historic Places.
Seems to be right on that target.
And so we'll these
that's
visual
on our
surveys
targets.
that we'll do of this site
Actually,
will
looks like,
help first
from
determine
D2
whether it's in fact
350.
that tugboat and
Bridge
whether
nav.
it is from that time. And so
Nav bridge, go
data
ahead.
that will be
Looks like that
collected
ship move is
on-
just about
on
done.
These and other archaeological
close, meter and a
dives
Okay,
can
I
help
got another one
support,
for you when you're ready.
nominating a site,
Go ahead.
for this,
20
important,
meters, bearing
list of
340 degrees,
historic,
0.2 of a knot.
places.
Copy 20 meters, 340 degrees. Decimal 2 knots.
Thank you, Bridge.
Go ahead, survey. We can certainly do that. Did you hear that, co-pilot?
Just caught the end.
Let's go ahead and stow the swing arms, yeah.
Sure.
And taking a look at the ROV navigation sonar, we have
This
identified
actually
a
sunk.
target.
Can we expect
that is,
large spectra style
approximately
lines, or do
30
they not have
meters
that in
from
the
the
60s
ROV
yet?
right now, and we're
Maybe
approaching
just
it.
big weaved,
Looks like
big
it
ones.
may well be our shipwreck, and so should be coming into view here before too long.
Move initiated.
I'm gonna grab your
Thank you,
kite.
Bridge.
Sure.
Oh, we don't have
Oh, it's you have to bring it up on a HD monitor.
Yeah, very exciting. And so
I'll put
I
it on
am
mine.
not a archaeologist, so I'm a biologist, and I work on deep sea corals. And now shipwrecks are not just of interest to the history buffs and to the archaeologists. They are actually also very important to biologists because they can kind of act as natural clocks.
I'm going to come
if
up
you
a bit
will.
and see if I can see
If you know exactly
how
when
far
they
down the
went
target
down,
I can see.
that gives you an idea of how long that has been there in place and what kind of community has been able to aggregate in that time. And in fact, deep sea corals are some of the slowest growing organisms we know about. And so it's very difficult to measure growth over time because they grow so slowly. But shipwrecks or other artificial structures, then when we know exactly when they were put in place, and then you can go and take a look and see what the biggest organisms are on that site. And so that provides some really valuable information in terms of how fast some of these organisms
If that's
grow.
real, it looks like we can see pretty far down the length of the ship,
just
which
one
means
of
there
many,
shouldn't be
interest
too many
points that
terribly tall
biologists have also in studying
obstacles.
Shipwrecks and other artificial structures.
How long is that?
Trying to get it. Hold steady now.
Yep, Daniel makes an excellent point. Some of the
25?
shipwrecks like this one,
25 meters?
particularly or
I'll
somewhat
put it
deeper
at
depths,
measuring.
can be
Put it on
especially
there for you.
useful for these types of studies. They're well
Survey
below
pilot?
anywhere
Survey
waves,
one?
even large storm waves, could affect them, so they're not subject
So
to
what, on the
damage from
multi-beam
storm
target,
waves or strong
how long do
surface
we
currents,
estimate
and they're
the wreck to
relatively
be?
accessible to things like scuba divers, so they can serve as a very well preserved historical
feet? Okay.
Features, as well as give us a great look at some of the biology Dan mentioned.
That was a side scan. Oh.
Delta 32. Looks like.
Okay, so we can see probably close to the whole length of the ship from 2 meters up, or 1.5 meters up. Yep.
Pilot, we're full.
Got a cable on the floor, on the ocean floor.
Oh, yep.
Something on the ground there.
Do you want to zoom in video?
Hydraulics secure.
Thanks, Dave.
And there in view is what appears to be a line.
Is that rope? Rope line? Something?
Want some lasers on that?
Sure.
It's pretty big.
Yep. You
Yeah.
can see it go down off into the distance on the
3 or 4 inch diameter line there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a heavy line.
That's promising.
Okay, let's zoom out.
Nab, I have a 96K ground fault on D2.
Yeah,
DC
that's
bus.
been there
We know
since
that.
this morning, yeah.
Okay, fine.
I don't know if we chased what it was yet,
Okay.
but it's likely the...
Yeah, I just had the signal earlier.
Okay, can you zoom in on the sonar one notch?
Absolutely.
Pilot video, I'm going to stay zoomed in to avoid the skids.
That's fine. Thanks, video.
There's 50.
Okay. I'm going to push out a little bit, Dave. If you could help me keep an eye
Sure. I'll
for cables and lines.
keep an eye on that.
And taking a look again at the navigation sonar, it looks like
Okay, so that line's getting pulled off.
something, a vessel here, and very strong returns indicating that it has a lot of height or relief off the seafloor. So hopefully this is the ship we're anticipating, and we should be there momentarily.
It's off to your starboard.
Maybe tall. I might see something there.
Yeah, very
Just
exciting.
looking at the line there, see
The
where that
maps we
goes.
talked about, this is about 34 by 8 meters and about 4 meters tall. And yeah, we can see a lot of vertical relief on it.
Come up a bit.
That is...
Can I ask maybe
See
some
the
of our
bottle?
shore-based
That might be hanging from a
archaeologists
line
that might be
coming
joining
up
us
from
on
the-
the
yeah.
line, if you folks want to say a
Eye
little
on
bit
that.
about
Yeah.
the
Get
wreck
a little
site.
closer and we'll zoom in. Can you zoom
Stand
in,
by, we're
video?
having some technical difficulties.
Oops, doesn't look like
Looks like we
anything
got a
above
milk
it.
jug there, attached by a fishing line to the vessel.
Okay, nothing above it though. Okay, let's go ahead
It
and
appears
come
that
out.
we're coming up over the stern of the vessel, the aft end, by these initial
How's that move?
images.
It's settling out. It's
Okay.
not quite finished, but it's getting close. I figured we'd get another small one in soon.
Yeah, I agree.
Would you like me to do that for you now?
Yeah, sure. Maybe another 10 or 15 meters to start.
What?
Just so you know,
Changed heading.
where I
Yeah, and we
what's
see
that?
a big
Oh, I'm saying we've changed heading. Do we want to
aggregation
change
here of
direction?
several eels, and this is very similar to
Possibly.
what we
Yeah.
saw on the shipwreck.
So let's maybe just
we
bring it
delved,
to...
back
You
in,
line up on
November
D2 and see.
2017 also in
I'm
the
getting
Gulf.
pulled here. Oh, I'm
So
just too
we're,
far out.
I'm
just
coming down.
Yeah.
deeper
Okay,
than
coming back a
700
bit.
meters here.
So the ship,
little
just so you
over
guys know, the
200
ship's
kilometers
about
off the coast of
45 meters from the last,
Mississippi.
from those two moves
and,
versus 50. So it
come up
does,
on here on
it should
what looks like
sneak a little closer.
So you're looking
shipwreck.
like, yeah, 350.
Yeah, 345, 350.
350.
Will get me. Probably want to park me about where you are. Right?
Yep,
So 350.
that sounds good. Yep.
Looks like that line we initially saw is led over the side of the vessel, so potentially
Bridge, RV nav.
some debris from the vessel
Nav
went down.
bridge, go
or,
ahead.
I don't
Looks
know
like
if
we're
it
pretty
was
much settled
towing
there.
something when it went
Another
down,
ship
but,
move when you're ready.
it's
Go ahead.
right over the
20
stern of the
meters,
vessel.
bearing 350 degrees at speed decimal 2.
Copy 20 meters, 350 bearing, decimal 2 speed.
Thank you, Bridge. Good copy.
I think I'm going to go around to starboard since that's the way the current seems to be coming. It'll
Okay.
help keep the tether out of the way.
Good.
So we'll get a little closer and then we'll start kitty cornering around
Sounds
the
good.
wreck.
I don't seem to have much of an effect. Of
Also
current
wanted
on the
to
tether
just
right
for those
now.
folks
Okay.
that might have
Straight ahead.
joined us for the first time on one of these telepresence expeditions, if you are looking on one of the YouTube channels, so you'll be able
Move
to
initiated.
both hear the scientists as
Thank you,
well
Bridge.
as the
Yeah, we
engineers or
could do a little
pilots.
float hit test here
The
and
way
see
it's
Yeah,
set up,
maybe.
there,
which way the current's going. I thought
the left
earlier
side
it
is
was
going to be the
towards
scientists,
the
and the
north,
right
but it
side
could
is
be
going
totally
to be
different
the
now.
pilots. So if you want to tune in
I'll just
more of the
south,
conversation
north.
and
Yeah,
science, you can pan
that's
and
possible.
adjust your speakers to just hear the scientists or
Yeah.
I
just
agree.
hear your pilots.
Okeanos, this is Jack Arian again. We finally got our KO issue resolved, so we're seeing now what you're saying.
He's drifting towards the right, so it's
Yeah.
more of like easterly now.
Briefly, you described what I hope we're looking at. It looks like it could well be.
Nothing else to go off of, so let's start with that.
The wreck of a tug called the New Hope.
Yeah, hatchet fish.
Which sank in 1965.
A couple of them
It's
out there.
about 111 feet long, with a elevation off the seafloor of about 14 feet. Looks like we're looking at the stern of it now. Obviously,
pretty cool looking.
No lettering visible, but it does look sort of tug-like, I would say.
I wish there was a
Jack,
visible
I want to let you
anything,
know
really.
that the
like
navigator's taken
so
a
turbid.
length measurement off of his scanning sonar, and it's showing a length of, I think it was 32 meters, so right about 111 feet. So as expected, that measurement lines up.
Very good. That confirms what was seen on the sonar, so that's excellent.
So you're starting to get a little closer here. Do you want to do a little bit
It
more of a
looks like a
zoom
wooden
video?
hull with some iron or steel reinforcement.
Hold there.
And Jack, was the New Hope was a wooden hulled tugboat?
We really know nothing about it, other than the fact that it sank in 1965. So we don't even know at this point how old it was when it sank. It could well be.
Just gonna look to see if we see any
fairly
vertical
old
obstacles
even
up
when
here.
it went down. So
All right, I'd say you're just about over the stern right now, right? So I'm gonna drop the targets.
Come out video.
Do you agree? I just want to try to get a target close to where the stern would be.
Sure, it's off a bit to port.
I'll zoom in and try to drop it.
Excellent.
Drop one here.
It does look like a wooden hull from here, certainly.
So maybe like here-ish.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right.
Nav bridge, go ahead.
See where the line is cleared off. See if they have to
I didn't hail you, Bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard bridge.
Tell if that's
No,
yeah,
that's
it
all
looks like a tow jet. There's a big, some big cleats on the inboard.
Looks like
Maybe
there
we
may
might
be a
need another
chain
move, kind of
across the deck there.
out
in
at an
front
angle
of
toward D2.
The main ROV camera.
Just maybe like a
to put me on the starboard side of the ship.
yeah,
Yeah, so that'd probably be
like a 0
0 or 010.
010. Yeah, I agree.
Copy.
Yeah, big open half deck.
And maybe like 30 meters head you out there, get you towards
Yeah,
the
it
middle.
seems
Or
we
you wanna
are
move?
unable to
Maybe 20. Yeah.
annotate.
Okay.
We can't seem to have more than one
God, I was
internet feed into the room that we have in the
well.
field. So that was causing us a problem with the video. So I'll rely maybe on some of
Bridge
our other
nav.
colleagues on the line.
Nav
to
bridge, go ahead.
do the annotation.
Another ship move, please.
Go ahead.
We'll do 20 meters, bearing 010 degrees at speed decimal 2 knots.
Yeah. Solid.
20 meters, bearing 010.
Can see the top of it there.
Speed decimal 2.
Thank you, Bridge.
So we're coming up on the wheelhouse. Just to the right.
Does it look like it? No, I can. You can see it continuing up, right?
What's that?
Post there, the mast, whatever.
It's hard to tell.
Yes, looks like we're approaching some higher relief portions of the wreck here, and I think the initial
Yeah, that's
measurements
taller
indicated
than you,
that the
it
relief could be
Yep.
as much as 4.3 meters, or about 14 feet. So there's still quite a bit of elevation above the seafloor on parts of this wreck.
Oh, look at the guys peeping. Right where the lasers
Yeah.
are.
Do you want to zoom in a
A lot of
bit?
lines still on board.
It's cool.
Like a tire.
Fish hidden in there.
So yeah, from the
What kind of fish
biology,
is that? It's
we
crazy looking.
do see a big aggregation of eels, and then also a few
Move
crabs.
initiated.
And
Okay, let's come
then,
out video.
Thank you, Bridge.
Also a few barnacles,
This
gooseneck barnacles. So a little bit of biology.
Looks like we've got some metal bollards here that the lines were attached to.
Gonna see if I can look down inside here.
Tether's pretty well controlled. I'm going to try to get you an overhead view.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty safe bet to say this is a tugboat.
Nav, can you come in on serial sonar?
What's it look like? Looks like a tug.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
Do you want to zoom in a bit, video? Hold there.
Yeah, so for those folks who might have just joined us, this is the first dive of a
let's zoom out.
23-day expedition.
So are
in the
you?
Gulf of
You're not
Mexico.
quite facing
You
your
are
direction of
seeing
motion,
live,
right?
video
So you
footage,
see that obstacle up ahead of you.
700
Okay.
meters deep,
Off
so
by
just under half a mile
20 degrees.
depth in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, and we are exploring a shipwreck site.
Ooh, a ladder. That's cool.
What is your depth on bottom?
Depth on bottom is 819 meters currently.
Thank you.
819.
Turning back
Wow.
to the ship.
It is quite tall.
It's a solid mast.
I'm coming back up for tether.
Okay.
Wasn't able to get that view.
I'd kind of like to go up and see how tall it is.
I tend to agree with that idea.
Yeah, I'm going to do that now, Dave. So you ready to come up?
Yep, I'm coming up
Okay.
already.
If we can get a measurement on that to some degree, then
We can increase our comfort level.
yeah. Can also
Looks
just
like we've got a
know
ladder
what it
here,
is.
and
Yeah, that
base of,
upper deck there is a little higher too.
sort
as
of
you come
upright
around.
object, maybe
Yeah.
a mast of some sort that was on the vessel.
That's cool.
Guide poker up top.
Looks like
Is that an anemone on the mast?
Yeah, I think that is an anemone.
Yeah, this would have been
So my camera is at
mast
just about
flag.
0
Looks
degrees.
like there's a lamp on top.
Just
Navigational
about
lights,
square with it at
perhaps.
7 meters, 7.2 meters. Okay.
Almost 8 meters tall, right? Because
Yep.
the lasers are almost. The lasers are above
Yeah.
the
Yep.
the DVL.
Yep.
So it's like probably 8 meter tall.
Okay, coming back down, Dave.
Okay.
And also on that mast is a squat lobster towards the lower
Drop a
portion.
target there for you.
And we can see eels all around the wreck, very similar to what we saw on the last expedition when we did our shipwreck dive.
And we're seeing a little bit more of the superstructure here coming into the right-hand side of the image. Looks like possibly
Back up a
porthole.
little bit. Make sure I'm on the side of it, not over it.
And additional line.
Yep. Okay, coming back up.
Yeah, this is tricky and
This is gnarly.
turbid waters. But you are 10 meters away from it, just so you know.
Yep. I just didn't want to come down on top of it.
Of course.
I'll,
I'm just trying to help you a little with awareness.
Sure, thanks. Okay, let's see if we can get visual on this here.
Turning to follow you around.
Swapping out nav.
Get off to
Thanks,
the
Jeff.
side. We're now about 90 degrees from the direction of movement, although I think we're about done moving.
Okay.
That's the stack we're looking
I'm
at.
going to see how tall this one is here.
Okay. Yeah, it certainly looks like it could be the smokestack. It's on top of the superstructure and looks like it has maybe some sort of mast or aerial that's collapsed down over the top of it.
It's about 6 meters.
So our dive supervisor is telling me that the altitude of the vehicle right now is 6 meters, so the top of the stack is sitting about 6 meters off of the seabed. To give you a sense of the relief of the wreck.
coming in close as tether allows.
I'm coming back down a little bit here.
So Daniel, one of the initial things I'm noticing here is we're not seeing a lot of colonization by organisms yet, but that may be a feature of the age of the wreck. If it is,
So actually, we should maybe mark
the
that
New Hope, it would
when
be
he's done. That's like
53 years old, but still relatively
10 meters out. 10 meters.
Yeah, and we
I'll
were
have Chris
having a
drop it.
conversation about this earlier. So
10
yeah,
meters ahead of me
many
is
of
a
the
6 meter
slower
tall
growing
stack.
Organisms, the few data points we have in terms of how fast
Thanks.
they grow are from shikreps or artificial structures.
Okay, coming down,
when you
Dave.
know exactly when these things went
See if we
down,
can get a peek inside
and you know
here.
how much time has passed, and it gives you a maximum estimate of how old these organisms could be and how fast they grow. And yeah, this and then not just the growth rates of the organisms, but also kind of the time it takes for successional for communities to colonize an area. So
Okay,
in
video.
ecology, we have
Do you want to do a zoom into the
successional,
hole there and see if we
communities, the study of how different communities change
Something.
over time.
Hold
So
there.
there are some early colonizers that typically have certain traits that they're faster growing, able to disperse large distances. And then later in time, you'll have things that have different traits that are typically slower growing, don't reproduce as often. And so this is a very new community.
Something interesting we're seeing here is the hull of the ship appeared to be wood, and the superstructure here now looks more like a sheet metal that's heavily oxidized around the portholes here. So there's some combinations of construction material here that might be related to the age of the vessel.
Looks like the glass is still intact.
Okay, let's come out. Thanks, Bob.
A lot of damage to the hull.
Yeah, and Daniel Warren is making an excellent point here that
Okay, and
this
the
wreck
ship
might
is
have
stopped
been
and you're settled out.
covered or treated with anti-fouling
All right, Chris, when you're ready,
agents,
I
and
think,
that's of course something that has happened more recently.
probably
in
want to
some of the
move
more
like
recent wrecks to try to prevent that.
think
and,
like
and
a
that's a
3.
great point that will change how long it will take
side,
communities and organisms
I'd
to
like to
colonize.
maybe get you off the starboard side a little more. What do you think?
Okay, so that'd be like 020 if we want to move along that, right?
And looking at the wreck, there seems to be a lot more damage here
Do you
along
want to
the
do
starboard
I
side,
think like
moving
a
along
kitty
the,
corner, like a
the superstructure towards the bow.
like a
that we saw in the
320 or something, 20 meters.
So you can see some.
320.
Looks like a lot more disturbance here to the outside of the hull.
Oh, I see. You're angled down.
Yeah,
yep.
angled
Okay.
down.
It'll be interesting to try and find out what the
Yeah, so like a
wreck were.
maybe a north 20
Absolutely.
meters.
If it was a collision or high seas,
this
or
is somewhere around
what exactly
side.
transpired.
350.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, maybe a 340 at 20 meters or something. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Coming in.
Forward.
And I'm going to come down a bit.
Okay.
Nav bridge, go ahead.
Can we do another ship move, please?
Go ahead.
Range 20 meters, bearing 340 degrees, and speed 0.2 knots.
So a lot of the eels we're seeing
Copy.
are
20
Sinatra
meters,
blanket eels or
bearing
cutthroat eels.
340, speed 0.2.
Okay.
Move initiated.
We're getting some really nice shots of the structure here.
Copy,
You can see
bridge.
those eels off the left-hand side of the image, and a little bit more of the ship's structure, the hull members, as we move here forward along the starboard side.
Visibility.
I'm going to
seems
zoom
to
in on
improve a bit.
D2 sonar, maybe 20 meters.
Sure.
Can you tell anything about current?
Looks very still here, just from looking at the marine snow. It looks like little to none.
Pilots and dive supervisor confirming that there's very little current on the bottom.
I'm not seeing any identifying markings.
Yeah, they didn't have the name painted on the stern. That was considerate.
Okay, that's at 30 meters. Let me know how that looks to you.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
So again,
Just about at the
current
bow.
depth here is just 819 meters. Saw about close to 6 meters in vertical relief, about 32 meters in length up the site, but a lot of vertical complexity here to the site, a lot of lines.
We've been able to determine an approximate width.
Can you say that one more time, Jack? Couldn't hear you there.
Yes, sir. Have you been able to determine an approximate width?
We can do that with the sonar. Now I'm at the bow though, so might need to wait till we're in the middle of the hull.
Yeah.
Stand by, Jack. We're trying to get
Okay, I'm
those
gonna come down a bit, Dave.
figures for you right now.
Let me check.
What was that, Dan?
I'm coming down. I think you're okay. I was just letting you know.
Yeah, it's this football sometimes gets close to my main camera.
And as we look here, it looks like that hull is certainly wooden planking. As we look at it here, and we appear to be moving around the bow. So I believe the bow of the vessel's coming into view on the right-hand side of the screen.
Back off a bit. Are we full wide in video? Minus the skids.
I don't see a note on width, but we will get one when we're closer to either the middle of the ship or at the bow. We can get a good sonar reading.
Just backing off a bit.
Try to get a nice bow-ohm shot as we come around.
Yeah, and just for reference there, those two laser points are 10 centimeters or about 4 inches apart.
Yeah, it's pretty tall here.
So that gives you a sense of the scale there. And time permitting, one of the things we're going to do is a video mapping survey of the site. We're going to do several passes over the site, slow and constant speed. And then that imagery can be used to stitch it back together and do a 3D
get an idea of how
reconstruction or
tall the
visualization of the wreck, technique called stereophotogrammetry.
I'm going to drop a target at the bow here.
Okay.
Just right in front of you, right?
Yeah, just about. And I'm going to get a reading on the altitude.
Copy that.
Actually, I might be able to do that. Why the hell is this thing?
Okay, so 4.5.
Oh.
Yeah, 4.5 meters or so.
Pilot's getting a nice bow-on shot here. You can see the stem post and the Samson post there at the top for attaching lines.
You said 4.5 meters?
Yeah.
I'll just write that down.
Yeah, you can zoom past the skid video.
Very nice.
And yeah, sure.
Nav bridge, move complete.
Copy bridge. Okay, pilot said move is complete, so
yeah.
Just know if you need something else.
Yeah, I think we will soon.
cuts it off.
Pilot, I didn't see anything, any hazards really sticking out. Would you be comfortable with some swing arms?
I think we can leave them in just for the first pass.
Okay, are you going to go down the other side?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Maybe I'll come up and see if we can see inside here.
So Jack, we did not see a name on the stern and haven't yet seen one on the stem moving around the vessel. Are there other things you typically look for on wrecks like this to try and help with IDing it to a specific historical vessel you have in mind?
Well, I would have been surprised if we'd seen a name because it was likely painted under the wood.
Absolutely.
That would not have survived. It's possible there could be a bell associated with this. I have to admit, tugboats is not really my area of expertise.
So maybe we'll get serious moving.
There could possibly be
toward D2.
Likely anything would have been any sort of nameplate.
What do you think?
Wood,
like a?
So I doubt it survived.
Right.
Oh, right. We want to get around.
Yeah,
But
like
I
a
think the new boat is
290
pretty
or.
It seems to mean a lot of the
Just kind of keep you off of it.
the measurements of
While we
length
go
and
around.
width. And
Was the idea to go back down the other side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And how far out ahead? I'm like 20 meters out.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you want to start with maybe 15 meters?
Reinforcing in the bow.
We could do 20, I think.
We're gonna do full 20. Okay. We'll do 20 meters at a 290.
You got it. 290, correct?
Yes.
290.
Nav bridge, go ahead.
Can we do another ship move, please?
Go ahead.
Range 20 meters, bearing 290 degrees, speed 0.2.
Bridge copies 20 meters, bearing 290, speed 0.2.
Good copy.
So we've had Daniel Warren on the chat log ask if any of the BOEM archaeologists might want to speculate on where the milk jug we saw at the stern came from. Obviously, that's being a plastic milk jug, appeared to be attached
Move
to a
initiated.
monofilament line. Seems like a pretty
Copy.
modern, wouldn't be consistent with the age of the vessel. So if anyone wants to speculate on where that might have come from.
I wouldn't be surprised if it had just drifted in.
Okay.
We came onto a wreck one time, and there was a flashing buoy over it, and the wreck was in several thousand feet of water. It turned out it had just been part of a long line that had been
snagged,
and just happened to be right over the top of the wreck. Our first thought was, "Oh my gosh, what's happening?" It's not unusual to find all sorts of extraneous modern debris, because long line, various other trash that's hung up into a wreck.
I'm going to turn to port.
I doubt
just to
anybody
check
was
out,
fishing this wreck
Sure.
in 700 meters
might be
water.
sticking up here.
Sure.
No, it doesn't seem like any. It seems far too deep for any commercial or recreational
Plus, I
fishing.
don't see any fish.
There's also that.
That would seem to be a disincentive, unless you're into those
The
things.
sonar artifact moves with me,
Yield.
so it's nothing real.
Okay.
Be interesting if we could see what the motive power was. We have examples in the Gulf of some steam tugs, and there's some floating examples. Chris was just mentioning in San Francisco via the same general era.
So as we move around the port side and towards the stern, we'll try and see if we have any indications of propulsion. Obviously,
How much left is
the
in the
engines
move?
are going to be well inside the hull of the vessel. Are there any sort of common, more external indicators that could help us differentiate between maybe diesel propulsion and steam propulsion?
Possibly not. They may all be below deck.
Okay.
Boilers or such.
Sure. Well, we'll certainly take a look and see.
It's going to be kind of awkward turnaround. I'm going to come up a little high.
Yeah. Well, I think it could even. Well, 5 meters might be okay. We'll just have you turn your head and then just kind of look down the other side, and then we'll move you forward, but also just off the side.
Yeah, so for those
that makes
folks in
sense.
the general public that might be watching this, the Gulf of Mexico is a very interesting place for archaeological sites. There is several thousands of shipwrecks that are thought to be on the floor of the Gulf of Mexico, and include a wide diversity of different ships, including some from Civil War, some from World War II, of course many commercial and merchant ships. So all these sites are very interesting features because they are, of course, time capsules and are windows into the past. They give us some clues in what life was in the
Move
past.
complete.
Okay, Dave.
That's
Thanks,
right.
Chris.
The Okeanos Explorer has been involved
Do you want
with
to kind of turn your head?
identifying, exploring a number of different shipwrecks in the Gulf of Mexico, some dating all the way back to the early 1800s. So there's a lot of features out here of historical relevance. And on this cruise, the Okeanos Gulf of Mexico 2018, in addition to today, we'll potentially be diving on a shipwreck tomorrow, and then one at a later point in the cruise as well. So.
Yeah, and that's just one of the different objectives that we have for this 23-day expedition. So we have 2 to 3 archaeological dives. Then there's going to be one dive dedicated to midwater, so just looking at the organisms that live in pelagic ecosystems, so associated with a water column. And that leaves, weather permitting, about 16 dives that are going to look at different benthic habitats. We're going to be surveying some interesting, potentially chemosynthetic communities, also some deep-sea coral communities, and then also a few geological features. So the Gulf of Mexico is one of the most complex deep water sloped geologically in the world, and so we'll be looking at some very interesting. So we have a couple canyon dives as well as a mud volcano dive. This 23-day expedition should give you a nice little snapshot into what the deep sea is like, and the great diversity that we have in this largest part that really comprises our world.
Looks like we're looking at the hawse pipe right there in the center of the screen, where the anchor line would have passed through the hull. We didn't see any anchor on deck, did we? No, we didn't. Certainly not.
Well, we haven't seen the indication of anchor yet, but it may be that once we start our survey and get a little bit of elevation and have the ability to look downwards, we can see into the hull or into the foredeck and see if there's any anchors lying there. One of the interesting aspects is that line led over the stern almost could appear like a tow line, which begs the question: perhaps was this towboat involved in towing a barge or some other vessel when it went down? And if so, if there might be other wrecks in the vicinity.
But of course, that may not necessarily be what happened. It could have been towing something else, or a vessel it was towing could have broke
All
free.
right.
So
What do you think, Dave,
many
about
scenarios there, but
a good heading?
Interesting to think
for
about.
Sirius, or bearing for Sirius. So
About
right now you're at 200.
Yeah, that would be too close. About
210.
220.
220.
Yep.
And you want to do 20 meters?
Yes.
Okay.
220, 20 meters.
Yep.
Sounds good.
You got it.
The tether has already moved out beyond us. Just that little bit of current is helping us out there. So that's not an issue.
Jack, or maybe one of the other
Yeah, Bruce, go ahead.
archaeologists, a lot of this wood on the vessel looks to be sort of eroded or gouged out. Is that the action of a Teredo shipworm, or is there some other source for that sort of breakdown of the wood we're seeing there?
Well, I don't think it's Teredo. The Teredo nivalis is more of a shallow water species, but there are plenty of other critters that seem to feast on wood. Many of these wooden ships are almost like whale falls. Other organisms will attach to them until most of the structures are gone.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I think on one wreck, we even did a analysis of gut contents from the squat lobster, and it seemed like they were feeding on wooden ships.
Oh, interesting. So squat lobster actually had wood pieces in its gut. That's very interesting.
Copy.
Right.
And we had a nice tight zoom there on the hose pipe. That's neat.
You know, there's other kind of boring organisms and other marine life that seem to feast on wood.
Yeah, Chris, if you want to work the video and align minis, just
boring isn't wood-consuming organisms.
The way that you're,
but very interesting. Boring.
I was actually going to suggest that we point it to your starboard side, since we don't really have a good view from Sirius of you going that way, just to look up for things. I mean,
sure. Do you want me to get that?
I know the manip cams are probably the best for that, but
Squat lobsters and crabs also.
yeah, as long as pilot's okay with it, I would suggest that.
Gotcha.
So
That's fine.
Very
yeah.
three-dimensional site. So
We've also got a pretty good view on the manip cams. So
yeah, that's what,
I think for immediate obstacles, but long term, I can't really see very far.
And vertebrates.
The manip cams are probably the best for it too. They have such a wide angle.
Is that kind of the view you wanted?
Yeah, just something like that. Just to
yeah, it's nice.
You have it back.
looks like there in the interior of the hull we can see some railing and possibly some piping.
And then up ahead is our first red crab. Chasium quinquidens.
Get a nice shot of the crab, and then I might have you turn lasers back on.
Okay. Continuing to turn to port, keep you in view.
Okay. Okay, you can go ahead and get lasers on.
Coming on.
Thank you. So I don't know when you walked in, but the stack here is like 6.5 meters tall, and then there's an antenna or mast or something on the back that's 8 meters.
So just to give the folks on shore a little bit of a look ahead. So we are going to be
on the coming off the stern.
We're
going
at
up the
about
mast.
3 hours,
Gotcha.
so we have to have the ROV back on deck at 4:30. So we should be leaving the bottom about 45 minutes or so before
There's a tether
that.
there.
It's all right.
Okay.
Just as a time check.
Maybe
here.
I'll hold off. I won't go any further down. I'll wait. Come back and take a closer look here. Okay, moving down in altitude.
Yeah, it's going right under me, but that's because conditions are so good. I'm not
Yeah,
worried about it.
that's fine. I'll hang out here and we'll get some zooms
Yeah.
along the sediment line. Wait for Sirius to catch up a bit. You want to do a tighter zoom video? Yeah, you can hold it right there.
So yeah, as we're getting a better
Can you bump the sonar down,
view, we
down
can see
to maybe
how much of this
10 meters?
hull is actually overgrown by different organisms.
There's
You
10.
see quite
Thanks.
a few sponges as well as hydroids, all those kind of hair-like smaller things.
Nav bridge. Just had a big ramp up there at the completion of that move. I just had to stop that move with present condition.
Okay, copy.
So it looks like there is a bit of
The orange
current.
stalactite looking
pushing a
things,
tether.
were those
Yeah.
the
That's
rusticles, do you think?
consistent with what we saw earlier.
Okay.
That's from port to starboard on the wreck.
So bridge just called down. They had to ramp up. Had to stop that last move. It was just a little bit short, but
okay, that's fine.
So that will flow the tether toward
This
that
flat
stack
line
in the
circular
mast.
object here is a piece of glass from
So
a
we'll
purple.
keep you further away from the side.
I imagine it's
Yep.
survived, but
away.
it looks a bit like that.
Yeah, maybe we'll have you go at a steeper angle away from the wreck. A lot of structural debris, but not much in terms of, small artifacts or anything.
yeah, they probably fell down on nooks and crannies and.
So just ahead of us is this red crab.
Coming up a bit more.
Okay.
I could almost see what you were looking at there.
Watch lead, this is pilot. Watch lead, this is pilot.
Go ahead, pilot.
Just want to let you know that the ship had to pause their movement because the engines ramped up a bit, so we're going to just take our time and look at the wreck here until they sort things out, and then we'll keep moving.
Roger that.
I can check back in if you guys are waiting on that for another move. What do you think?
So pilot has
yeah,
just
sure.
informed
Yeah,
us that
What would the move be
the
if
ship
they
is
say go
currently,
for it?
stationary, and so we'll hang out in this position here until the ship sorts out.
About due south, I
And,
think.
we'll be on the move shortly.
Right.
Seems reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Copy.
We could do a short one just to make
So
sure.
for
We
those
could do like
folks,
a
who might
15
just
meters
have
or something.
joined us, you're seeing live
Copy that.
video footage brought to you
Is that work
by
for you, Dave?
NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer.
Yeah, that sounds
The
good.
only
15 due south.
ship in the NOAA fleet
150.
that is dedicated exclusively to exploring some of the biggest ecosystems on the planet, the deep sea. And so you are seeing live video footage brought to you from depths of 800 meters, so just half a mile deep, in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, about 120 miles off the coast. and we're exploring a
First copy is 15
archaeological
meters,
site,
bearing
a
180
shipwreck
decimal 2.
that we think is a tugboat that went down 53 years ago in 1965. It's about
these are all
110 feet long.
for passing lines to get them onto the deck.
And we're doing just a general reconnaissance of the area. So we've been surveying the wreck for about the last hour. Got visuals of kind of the overall
What's that
site.
over there?
And once we
zoom in?
have been able to complete a complete reconnaissance of this site, we'll start doing a more targeted video mapping survey where we'll go back and forth over the wreck, taking good imagery of the entire site, and that will be used then to do a 3D reconstruction or visualization of the site in terms of the overall objective of the dive, of why. So this site is being over 50 years old. It is eligible to be nominated for the National Register of Historic Places.
Okay, let's come out.
And so data collected by these types of surveys can be used to nominate these places. So the National Register of Historic Places is a list or inventory by the U.S. federal government that inventories places that are of historical significance. So that includes things like national monuments or national historic landmarks. And there's different criteria how these places can be eligible for that. So they could either be attributable to a significant historical person or event, or can provide information or information potential. So shipwrecks, of course, because they are in sight, they can provide some really important information in terms of what happened and
Still haven't seen any markings, have you?
No.
So most of the folks that are joining us from shore are archaeologists, but these sites are also of interest to biologists. And we're seeing quite a bit of biology on the wreck. Most of them are eels and all those. And they seem to be common inhabitants of a lot of artificial wreck sites.
So you're, what, 20 meters from me right now?
A few squat lobsters and crabs. I've seen some red crabs.
Okay. Are you comfortable with where how the tether's stretched out? Should we bring the ship to a stop and start to move laterally down the side?
Angle, but,
or do you want to finish out that move?
Where we zoom in,
You're going to get pulled even
further.
Right?
If I get further,
by
I can come
encrusting
down.
sponges, all those little
2 meters
spongy-like
from the end of it.
Okay, that's fine. It's perfect then.
And then a lot of hydroids, these little hair-like
Then we'll start moving
organisms,
more like
and that's
160.
really common to see on artificial structures, is that once you put something in place, it'll be overgrown fairly quickly.
You want to do a partial zoom video?
It looks like what we're looking at here is the wheelhouse, or the forward superstructure with a roof collapsed
there.
in on top of it there. And you can see the portholes on the opposite side.
That's Max Iris also.
Okay.
Across this open ceiling here, just to give you a sense of sort of position in the vessel.
I can give you more gain in the camera.
It's okay. Just doing a quick survey. Then I'll have you come out. Okay.
Move complete.
All right, Bob, can you zoom out full wide? Minus the skids, of course.
these portholes seem to be intact, which is hard to believe. You think they're covers? I want to see in.
Also, for those
start
folks
moving down the
from the
side,
general
so
public
you
who
let me
might
know
be
when you
joining
might
us
want to
to learn more
Okay, yeah.
about
Move it.
this
Yeah.
and other expeditions.
Maybe we'll do 20 meters at
by
160.
NOAA ship Okeanos
now,
Explorer.
so sure.
Okay.
I'd like
ROV
to
nav,
direct
Bridge.
you to the website
Go ahead, Bridge.
I'm going to do a slight heading change,
oceanansplore.noaa.gov.
kind of adjust you, see if I can
There's a detailed
stop some of the
inventory,
ramping
daily
up a little bit.
updates about what we're doing on
Okay,
this
copy
expedition
that.
here,
Can you let me know when you're done?
as
We'll
well as
probably
what's
have another
been done
move.
previously.
Roger that.
There's
Thank
also some really wonderful content there for educators.
Give me a little more tether. It's
Okay.
pretty well behaved.
I won't go too much further.
You can see here in front of the ROV, we've got a porthole, and as Jack mentioned earlier, the glass is still intact inside of it.
I guess we could try to get a width
remarkable. And
reading.
you can see around the bottom edge of it quite a
Or
collection
do you want
of
should we move further
sediment.
down?
This portion of the Gulf is pretty close to the mouth
It's just
of
hard
the
to do
Mississippi
with
River, so
D2's
in terms of the
sonar 'cause it's so
suspended
planar.
sediments that drift down and fall on the seafloor, we get a little bit higher rates of sedimentation.
It seems
here
like it
than we
doesn't
would,
reach down
far
very
east
well.
in the south and deeper waters. So that's playing a role in covering some of the objects in this this
I mean,
wreck here.
we could
Even
drop
though
a
it's only
target
been
on
there,
one end
I
and
would
you
think
can go to
about
the other
50
and do it.
years. It's certainly been long enough for quite a bit of sediment to accumulate.
Yeah, that's okay.
in
We'll,
some portions of the wreck.
Yeah. I think with
once we get on the other side of this stack, maybe I could just come up and then see how far away the hard return is, and at least be somewhat of an estimate.
Jack,
That
as we
work?
move towards
Yeah.
the aft portion of the superstructure, we've been looking for any indications of propulsion unit or propulsion-related things. There's certainly a lot of piping, but no clear indication yet of the engine or engines on this vessel.
No, we haven't seen anything either.
Nav Bridge, that heading change is complete.
Copy, Bridge. Okay, guys, we're good for another move whenever you want.
Okay, I think that the 20160 is still good.
20160?
Yeah.
Coming in.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got range 20 meters, bearing 160 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
Bridge copies 20 meters at 160.
Coming down in altitude a bit, Dave.
Okay.
Speed 0.2.
Good copy.
And as Jack previously mentioned, if this is in fact the tugboat New Hope, as we think it may be, we know that it sank in 1965, but we don't have a good idea of when the vessel was actually constructed. So, Jack, are there certain things the archaeologists are looking for in terms of trying to date the construction of the vessel? I know some folks have noted things like metal fasteners in the wood hull as being some indication of the age of the vessel. Are there other things that your team's looking for to try and date the point of construction of this vessel or constrain those dates?
Well, I think given the time frame of this, if we can find perhaps Coast Guard records, might have detailed the sinking of this, might give more perspective on the size of the New Hope as compared to this one. So that will probably be the best evidence that we can find. We don't even know who built this vessel or where it was built yet. So we've got a bit of homework to do yet on this.
Absolutely.
The fact that it's a wooden hull, though, would suggest to me that it's
So you can see the line going up
older than
fast
itself
in
in
the
50 years.
I was just looking at that.
It could have been 50 years old when it sank.
Yep.
Certainly, that makes sense.
And that crab there, that arthropod in front of us, looks very similar to something that was identified in a previous expedition in the genus Homola.
What is that there? You want to zoom in video?
I was wondering if that's another line or maybe a hose or tubing. That might interesting.
Hard to say. All right, let's come out.
So we're seeing a lot more line, which we would expect with a towboat, and it looks like maybe a boom here with a block on the back for rigging tackle, perhaps. That would have been attached to a mast in the vessel.
Is that move still underway or we're stopped at this point?
Let me check.
It's stopping.
I think yeah.
It's ramping up a lot to stop the moves right now.
One thing we're looking for is to see if there's any evidence of any sort of steering station in the stern area.
Move complete.
Okay.
Copy, Bridge. Let me know when you guys want another one.
Your quantity. Right.
All right, and we've returned to the stern, which is where we started our survey. So we've gotten our first look around the vessel at this point. And you can see there the line heading off the stern that may have been a tow line, or perhaps. And so I think this has sort of been our first initial visual assessment. The ROV team always needs to, of course, make sure they understand what's here, what its relief is, if there's any potential hazards like nets attached to the vessel that could entangle the ROV. And so having done that, I think we'll continue exploring, but if there's anything in particular the archaeologists would like to focus on before we go into our photogrammetry survey mode, I guess now would be a good time to talk a bit about if there's anything you want to go back and focus on.
So watch lead, this is pilot.
Go ahead, pilot.
Yeah, so I think
we're going to start the photo run unless anybody else has something they're particularly interested in.
Is it alright if I talk directly on OKEX?
Yep.
About the survey? Okay. So this is Dan Rogers. I'm sitting in the pilot seat right now, and I was just talking to the other pilots in the front row, and this particular wreck has obviously a lot of relief, a lot of verticality. You know, we've got a stack that's about 6.5 meters off the seafloor. The mast or antenna that's about 8 meters off the seafloor, and it would be quite challenging and potentially dangerous to try to do the survey for the photogrammetry as requested, doing those track lines back and forth transversely and longitudinally and forward and reverse, just because we do have the tether between the two vehicles to manage. And in addition, trying to maintain constant lighting and camera exposure is going to be difficult as we have to move up and down in altitude around the verticality of the wreck. And in addition to all that, the water here is quite turbid, and we have to be especially careful of keeping an eye on the relative positions of D2 and Sirius and the tether that links them. So I think, I guess if we can talk about what your goals are for today, if there's any kind of compromise we can come to. I'm not sure we'll be able to do the full wreck survey as requested, but we could certainly focus on one section. And I was told that in particular you were interested in getting some of the vertical features imaged to test some features of your algorithm. So what are your thoughts knowing all of that?
There's a lot of material near the bow, so if we could get the bow section in, as well as there's some relief from the bow coming up off the seafloor, so if we could use those vertical methods for flying the ROV up and down while moving around the bow section, I think that would be a good way for us to test that we can map in the sides as well as the plane of the deck level.
Okay.
And inboard on the bow, there were several features that we need to look at anyway to see if the anchor could be present there, and those are diagnostic features that could be very helpful. Of course, we could do this at the stern too, but it looks like you have obstacles from the boom and such in the stern that may present a challenge as well.
And I would agree with that. That's actually what we had discussed, is potentially focusing on the bow. It looks like it's, aside from the relief of the bow itself, there aren't any other obstacles. And it looks like it could be very interesting to image. Now, in terms of the modeling that you'd like to do, what kind of pattern should we make around that part of the ship to get you what you need?
I would just orient the ROV on straight line, that you could fly down a line starting maybe in the sand, turning around 180 degrees and flying that same line back to your starting point, then shifting over so that each progressive pass has approximately 80% overlap from the last.
Higher. Each one higher?
No, like pick an altitude. And try to keep a consistent distance off the wreck as much as you can.
So the bow itself at the furthest point is about 4.5 meters off the seafloor, and the issue with making track lines like that is that we can certainly start on the sediment and move forward toward the wreck, and then move vertically in the water column to ascend the bow, and we can maybe even get some imagery on top of it, but we won't be able to safely, move down the other side along the same track line. But what we could do is, we could try to move down the sediment towards the wreck and then ascend the bow, and then we could reverse and do another track line with 80% overlap doing the same thing, and then move to the other side of the bow and use the same pattern. Would that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll want 90-degree offsets from those initial lines, if possible. And then if we can go to the bow to the sand, and then up and down around the bow, we should be able to integrate those two pieces to make the 3D map.
Okay.
So,
yeah, so
what works and what doesn't, we can experiment with it and figure out, what's worth the time in future cruises.
Okay.
What's capable.
So I think we'll start going, we'll make track lines that are perpendicular to the hull. The track lines that, move longitudinally down the length of the hull, that might be difficult just because the, it's going to be a strange angle for the lighting, and so the exposure will not be consistent across the frame. But we're happy to experiment. We're glad that you're flexible, and we'll certainly try to do what we can to get you the imagery you need. So we'll start making our way back toward the bow.
Certainly don't want to risk the vehicle on the first dive. That would not be
We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
Tomorrow's wreck will be far more flat, probably. So.
Yeah, and that will certainly be more manageable. But we'll do what we can here. Okay, thank you.
It's useful for us to experiment with a feature with that much height anyway. And it'll be useful if we ever need to request this of a commercial ROV operation at any point as well.
Okay, so what
a work class ROV instead of a research one.
Yes. Oh. Well,
we're going to the bow.
I think I would go that way, back up, go that way. Like this isn't turning around, but it's just reversing. Yeah, right.
The lower portion of the bow and ascend and descend around it. So they're trying to maintain a similar distance to what they did on the track line, so that the lighting and exposures are similar.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, for everyone following along at home and tuning in, you heard that discussion between our archaeological partners at Beaumont Shore and our ROV pilots. We're now proceeding back down the port side of the vessel, past some crabs here, and making our way towards the bow, where we'll work with the archaeologists to attempt some photogrammetry passes and develop that in a way that hopefully allows them to produce some three-dimensional models of the bow section of the vessel.
Yeah, so the initial plan was to do basically slow passes all along the ship back and forth, trying to get a lot of overlapping imagery, but the problem is a lot of vertical relief and lines make that kind of mode impossible on this wreck, so we'll adjust here on the fly.
Okay, I'm coming back. You're pretty far.
Now that's without heading changes during one of those three sections, as side, step, and then reverse. Didn't see that before.
And that board sticking out of the sediment there, it looks like we might even have a little bit of color, perhaps
I'm
some red
What's
paint.
going on here, Dave?
Or maybe even anti-fouling paint on that board. Hard to know, but
yeah, but I'm
just a little more historical evidence there.
Yeah, let's. I've been moving backward too.
I'm going to come down a little. I'm a little confused on why I'm so far away. Doesn't look like I am on high pack. And that move shouldn't have moved me out.
What was the bearing on the move? Well, yeah. All right. Yeah. I was just stretched out pretty far. I'm not sure. Maybe the current shifted a bit.
Scientists to please log into the Seascribe. This wonderful software was developed by Ocean Networks Canada to help with video annotations. And for all of you that have access to a computer and are tuning, we really ask for people to log their observation using Seascribe. That becomes a really valuable tool for the community and for yourself when later reviewing that video.
Maybe like a 3.
So please
350, and that'll move you toward the bow and back toward the wreck. Maybe like 10 meters.
Let's just go due north.
Okay. All right.
So I'll stop that and go.
Yep. Yep.
Sure.
Nav bridge, go ahead.
Can we come into an easy stop? We're going to put a different move in.
And our ROV pilots have pulled the ROV a bit off the wreck right now to get situated and set up their initial survey plan. So we're a bit off the bow right now, and we're going to do a handover to a new pilot and get started with the survey once our pilot joins in and get situated.
Look at this jelly. Little guy.
Nav bridge looks like we're pretty much stopped.
Copy that. Okay, let's, when you're comfortable, let's get another ship move in.
Go ahead.
20 meters, due north, 000, 0.2 knots.
Not much current, huh?
No, there's a little bit west to east.
000,
but it's fairly unaffected with tether.
Nice.
Okay, guys, that ship move is in.
Roger. So we're headed over to the bow.
And while we're
Yes, we
just
want
waiting,
to
I just want
park
to
me
give folks
just
a
off
little
the
bit of a
bow,
time
and
check
we're
here.
gonna
So we
run a
have
survey.
a little over
Copy
2
that.
hours
Good stuff.
bottom time remaining.
Sounds good. We got something jutting out there. That's cool.
So we should be
I assume
leaving
the
the
bow's
bottom about a
towards my
quarter
left.
before
Yes.
4 o'clock.
There are a couple tall
Move
structures
initiated.
near the stern.
Copy,
One
bridge.
of them is a line coming off of it. We weren't really going to be able to survey that,
Gotcha.
so we're just going to do the front.
Sounds good. That's about as much as I want to push right now. On my leash. Just in time for Dan to come back.
Okay. Okay, that ship move is in.
So while we're waiting on this,
Going 20
this
meters
change, I just want to do a
north.
brief round of
Right.
introductions to some of the voices that you have been hearing and will be hearing for the next few days. So my name is Daniel Wagner. I'm a biologist working under contract for NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, and I'll be your onboard biology science lead. And then the other onboard science lead is
Skarky, I'm Adam Skarky. I'm the other onboard science lead with Dan. I'm a marine geologist and a professor at Mississippi State University, and I'll be providing your geological science lead on this cruise. And we also have with us a number of folks joining from shore, particularly for this dive from the archaeological community. If anyone from BOEM, Jack, or anyone from your team would like to introduce themselves, since you're helping us out a lot here on this archaeological dive, that would be great.
So I think the main reason we've
Sure, there are
gotten
actually
so separated is
4 of
we're
us
kinda
here from
skewed out.
BOEM and Bessie.
So if you were
My
at
name
the
is Jack
closest point,
Arian.
gotcha.
I'm
You'd be a lot
an
closer.
archaeologist and a
Gotcha.
supervisor here at the BOEM Gulf of Mexico region in New Orleans.
That bow lark marker
And
looks
many of
exactly
these
right.
wrecks that we're going to be visiting were, well, all of them, in fact, the ones that were found in oil and gas surveys reported to us as sonar targets only. So we had no other detail as to what their significance or historical importance may or may not be until we have an opportunity to actually lay eyes on them, as we're doing today with this vessel.
So to actually get me off
this
the bow, the next
is a
move
rare
probably should
opportunity
be
because generally we
030,
will locate
something like
targets
that.
like this and then avoid them. Ask the oil and gas companies avoid them with their operations. And at that point, if they do, we may or may not ever have a chance to actually see what they are until working with NOAA and others to investigate these on the seafloor.
Let's do it.
It's a great opportunity to us. Certainly helpful to our program.
I need to do a heading change.
Gives us more information about the kinds of resources that we have that we should be protecting. So we're very excited to see how these turn out. I'll pass it over to my colleague here on my left, who is sort of in charge of our photomosaicing operation.
20 meters 030.
Scott Sourced?
Or actually, you might need to go like 020, huh? To get you off of the
Yeah,
bow
I think I
bit.
want to be off of it, so maybe more like 020.
Yeah.
Scott's from
We'll start with 20.
West Florida graduate. So say a little bit more about your experience. How long have you been here?
Been here for almost 8 years. Been a great experience. I worked at the state of Florida before coming here, and also in private consulting work.
So we're not
diving in the Gulf of Mexico and all around the country.
We're not going to like
localities. So
be 5 meters
it's
up
been,
and go back and forth.
A lot of fun to get to be involved in projects like these with NOAA and the Okeanos.
Go along the settlement and then come up the vertical relief.
And we also have here
go
with
out
us
as far
our
as we're
sister
comfortable.
agency, the Bureau of
Come back,
Safety
do
and
the same thing,
Environmental
80% overlap. So those like transverse track lines should be doable. Longitudinal ones like down the length of the hull.
Ask the oil and gas industry
I'm
to
not
avoid
sure
something.
how that'll work.
They're the ones that
Or
actually
if we'll
make
be
sure
able to
that
do
they
that.
have. So, Chris, I'll let you
See what we can do.
Yes, hi. My name is Chris Farrell. I'm the Senior Marine Archaeologist and Federal Preservation Officer for the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement. And as Jack said, yes, we do ensure that these operators avoid these sites as best as possible. And in the event there's a problem, they get to see me, they get to see my face. And I've done a number of these expeditions with NOAA and other entities over the last almost 15 years that I've been here. Enjoying the learning a little bit about all the different vessels that are in the Gulf of Mexico.
And our other colleague, Irina Sorsa, had to step out for a minute, so she can introduce herself when she gets back. So that's us from here.
Excellent.
gonna
Thank
come
you
up a
so
bit and
much.
scope
And
out
yeah, thanks
where
for
we might be able
joining
to
us
start.
and all the help you've been providing from shore. And that's really the wonderful thing about this telepresence technology. So we only have sail on these Okeanos Explorer expeditions with a couple scientists, and then the bulk of the interpretations and guidance is done remotely from these exploration command centers. So these are there's about a dozen or so all around the country where we have scientists following in real time, seeing exactly the same things that we are seeing on the ship, and helping provide interpretation and context to some of these observations. So thanks so much to our partners and friends from shore.
What is that?
And,
I don't know. You want to zoom in?
If the
Video?
pilots and our folks are listening, and I also want to give them a chance to maybe introduce our friends from the Gold Foundation of Ocean Exploration to introduce themselves.
What is that?
Yeah, well, actually, we're just trying to take a look at this real quick, and then we will.
It's drifting.
Yeah, I think it's...
Nice. Sure.
The problem is light.
It's
and
very
infinity.
yeah,
That's
but worth a shot.
Oh,
Alright.
you actually have a fair bit of tether if you want to.
Well, I don't want to
Right.
go over the wreck. Yeah. It was just very long, yeah.
Nav bridge.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're settling into the next heading.
Copy that. Okay, you guys want your move?
Actually,
maybe
what if
not.
we do this? What if we start
kinda good right
forward?
here.
If I start forward of that stack and do
So, yeah,
these
our
transects,
pilots are still discussing
and then we'll
how
move
to,
Sirius over and I'll finish
best
up
do
the front of
survey.
the bow.
That's fine.
How
With me.
much more bow is
one
there? Not
interesting
much.
There's
thing
not much,
that,
yeah.
You might be
now
able
that
to
we've
reach it all from
kind
here.
of
I'm kinda-
visited a few of these
All right,
areas
I'm
multiple
kind of
times.
moved back,
is
and now I'm
that,
going to come down in
seems to be
altitude.
that some of these
Let's try
crafts,
this.
seem
Sure.
to be stationary in the same place.
So once we start
So we've been at the site now for a couple of
Right.
hours. So today is the first
Yeah, so we're just
dive,
going to adjust the exposure.
expedition to the Gulf of
Caitlin
Mexico
did this with
to
me last
survey,
time, I remember.
some of the deepest portions off the Gulf of Mexico. So this morning
Sure.
our engineering
So
team
we'll kind of
did
start
a whole bunch of tests. So the
maybe
ROV
just
had not been
after
field
that
tested since they
line
finished
there.
an expedition last
And I
December.
remember they wanted plenty
so
of
the first part of
sediment.
the dive today was just doing a bunch of tests.
Being a little silly with the cameras.
And then luckily all those tests ran smoothly. And we spent the last couple hours at this shipwreck site,
Let's get
which we believe is a tugboat.
let's get the mini-zoos
that
maybe
went down
pointing
in
at the feet now.
1965.
So you can.
And then
I'll take
looking
that.
ahead, tomorrow we'll
up to
basically
Dan,
do
but I think that
a duplication, if you will,
makes the
of
most sense.
the main objectives. So the first part of tomorrow's dive will also be a engineering test dive.
Let's go ahead and get the swing
depending
arms out as
how,
well.
well all those tests run,
Comfortable.
Do you
and
want
everything
mini
runs
Zeus,
smoothly as it
extra
did today,
toes or s-
then
or
the
front?
second part of the
Toes,
dive will again be
'cause,
dedicated to
So
a,
you're gonna lose them.
a
'Cause
shipwreck site.
You're gonna be
I'm
looking
going to be
down.
That one's
pointing
going to be
at
a little
the
bit deeper than what
ship,
we
and I won't be able to see
explored
much.
today. So
Okay.
today's site is in about
me.
820 meters of water. Tomorrow will be almost twice
There's
as deep,
toes. I'm gonna work
visiting
on
a
the
separate
swing arms.
shipwreck dive.
Okay. So
And
right
that's
now I'm
just
like
the
8
beginning of
meters
the
out. That should be
expedition.
plenty of
Then
sediment.
we have another 19 or so dives, weather permitting, where we're going to be exploring different environments, different habitats
So I'm going to go
in the Gulf of
down.
Mexico,
We were at 39.5
including
degrees
for the first
last time,
time
but
a
it might be a little
full
different now.
dedicated dive
Okay, do you
to
want to zoom
midwater
past the skid,
exploration. And this is really important for
Actually, maybe we'll
the
have
NOAA's
mini
Office
Zeus
of Exploration and
tilted up a
Research
little
is
more,
giving
so I can still see
these
the
midwater habitats
boxes,
some
the front tip of the boxes.
some time as well.
I'll get that in a
If you look at if you think about just the complexity and the three-dimensionality of the ocean,
Do you want
the
anything different with
biggest
your
part
sonar?
of that is in midwater. So we'll give that huge part of the ocean
I think
some
having it
attention.
zoomed in is going to be
And then
good.
later
I
in the
agree.
expedition, we'll
Just
also
so
be
we
going
can
to be
see any
targeting a few
obstacles.
places where we
We'll
think
get
we're going
lasers
to find
off, too,
dense
when
communities of deep-sea
Sure.
corals
Done.
Well, they
and sponges. Looking at
Well,
some steep
they want them
ridges.
off, except on the corners, just
Then
for
we'll
scale.
also have
Okay.
a couple dives dedicated to submarine
They're going
canyons,
off.
to a mud volcano, and then a few others that are going to be targeting what we believe are chemosynthetic communities, so places where we think methanes
think maybe
and
zoom in
other
just a
gases
touch
are
more,
seeping
Caitlin.
off the
See this? There we
seafloor,
go.
and there are
Perfect.
some really interesting communities are associated with those
Yep, I'm still working
geological
on it.
features. So suffice it to say is that over the next 3 weeks, hopefully you can join us and see a bit about this fascinating variety of deep water environments we have. Most people, when they think about the deep sea, they think about this being just a single monotonous, deep, dark place. But in reality, it's, well, one, it's the biggest
that,
part
Caitlin?
of their world.
It's really
and
nice.
It's
We
also
have a nice
very
arch,
heterogeneous
so
part.
very nice.
There is a lot of different environments, and so we're going to be
Okay,
covering
mini
quite a
Zeus
few
just forward of the
few
toes.
grounds. So we'll be actually covering over 1,600 miles over the next 3 weeks. So
Okay, I think
that's analogous
ready
to
to go ahead
driving
and try it.
from New York City to Denver. So just think about how much variety would see in that
We're
time.
staying at this height, right?
And,
Well, no.
No.
When we approach the bow, we're going to have to come up in altitude, but I'm going to try to maintain a constant distance
Okay.
from
Okay.
the subject.
There you go.
Yeah.
You
but
read
it's
my
going to be
mind.
it's going to be trickier than last time because we have to move up like 4 meters. So.
Okay.
Watch lead. This is pilot.
Go ahead, pilot.
Yeah, we're just about to start our track line. Definitely would like feedback from shore. So maybe if you can coordinate with them and let them know they can talk directly to us, and we'll listen. And if they have any suggestions, we'll try to incorporate that.
Roger that. For those folks on shore, if you were able to hear the pilot,
Right, anything else you can think
he
of,
has,
Dave?
let us know that they're
Chris
all
from last time.
situated and ready to start the survey. So
No.
any of you archaeologists are watching, and please feel free to
Are you gonna
communicate
keep auto head
directly
in?
No.
with the pilot.
Or actually, auto head, yes. Auto depth, no.
Yes, auto head, and then everything else manual.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, shoreside, we are going to start our first track line. It is 1838 UTC.
So just to recap, we spent the last 2 hours kind of doing a general reconnaissance of the shipwreck site, and now we're moving into a more systematic survey of the site. So we'll do some
I was
slow
gonna ask him to drop a target, but he's ahead of me.
over the shipwreck site.
Chief Nav.
And we do value, of course, our partners from shore, and so if there is
It's pretty hot at the top. We should maybe adjust the lights.
Things,
Yeah, can I touch the iris or no?
Yes, yeah. So your job is going to be to try to maintain
feel free to,
constant exposure.
Reach out to them directly.
Okay. Now I'm going to kind of start to tilt up.
Is that okay?
It has to be.
Yeah.
Because I can't really.
Yeah. Well, they're not using our navigation, so it should really
Okay, I'm
matter.
coming up in altitude.
Okay.
This looks like our portals were dogged down. And if that indicates any sort of weather that may have been on.
Just go a little further. Maybe I'll go until the rails go off the bottom. And I'm at minus 16 degrees on the camera. All right, I'll come back. I'm going to just drive in reverse.
And for those of you tuning in, one of the things we're trying to do here with the survey, or one of the requirements, is that the ROV maintain some constant heading and speed with the goal of having as consistent as possible exposure,
do a slight heading change
and
again.
focus on the wreck and the seafloor
down.
in order to create
Moving down in
consistent
altitude.
maps of the wreck.
And of course, this site itself is making this a little bit more challenging. There's a lot of vertical relief there.
A really big delta, but I like what it's doing with the tether.
The mast, the tallest part of the ship that we inspected earlier was about 8 meters off the seafloor, and then a big portion of it is close to 6 meters off the seafloor. So there's literally a lot of obstacles in the way.
And yep, so I'm just zoom in. I mean, I know it's not like great precision, but it'll be something. There's not much else to go off of. It's true.
And
that looks close.
For those from the general public that might be watching.
All right, Caitlin, you ready?
So why these
That's a good idea.
surveys are done. One potential application or practical application is that sites like these that are old and significant could be nominated for the National Register of Historic Places. That requires filing a form, and a big part of that form is actually just a description of the physical appearance of the site. So having these really good maps of these sites is a big part of what's required for nominating a site. That's one part, and the other part is then, of course, an explanation of why this is a historically significant site.
That's right. One of the nice products is produced a three-dimensional map, so that allows the public, archaeologists, scientists, anyone interested to explore the site themselves in 3 dimensions and get a sense of what's here and apply that to their work, or just better understanding this wreck. So that's a a unique outcome of this sort
Okay.
of survey that's really
it's something to
valuable
reference
to the
my
community.
previous track.
Yeah, and for those folks who joined the last Gulf of Mexico expedition on the Okeanos Explorer, that included also a shipwreck site, and on that expedition they did do.
So when I get to the base of the shipwreck, I'm
just
going
one
to
of these
tilt up to
surveys.
like 18 to 20 degrees, somewhere in there.
And there's a wonderful 3D reconstruction on the website of the Okeanos Explorer of that work. And those are really valuable because they really help you understand.
And then I'll go until the railing is off the bottom of the screen.
Not just the footprint of the area.
Okay, coming back. And 055
Here's a thought,
is
guys.
going to be my heading. Go ahead, shoreside.
Since the reverse lines don't do us any good, you could actually shift over when you're over the wreck and then reverse back, and we would gain that data, and you would have to do half as many of these. Does that make sense?
It does. I think it'll be a lot faster to actually reverse, because I think descending an object is a little more tricky, and we'd have to take it a little bit slower. Sorry, Caitlin, I'm gonna. Yeah, I think it's going to be easier just to reverse quickly and then make the next track line. Shoreside.
You know best.
Okay, coming down, Dave.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Chris? Yeah. Right. Okay. So minus 40 or so. Okay. Okay, pushing ahead. How's the tether?
That's all right.
Okay.
Nav bridge.
Go ahead.
Pretty much sitting still now.
Copy that.
I've been having to change my head so much because the forces keep shifting around. So, but right now we look good.
Okay, understood. Yeah, that's fine with us.
Is this a particularly long tether?
Nope.
Okay. Delta 25, there's still a lot of it in the water, that's all.
I think it's just behaving nicer than it normally does.
Sure.
So it's like right.
Yeah, it's normal.
Straight line. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And Chris, do you think you could zoom in on the mission view?
Yep.
I did not know that was click to drag.
Yeah, right there. That's nice. Thanks.
That is much fancier than I thought.
What are you using right now as a reference for overlap?
You can see it's
Dimension
going
view?
forward.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
So it's nice that the little dots give you, the little
So if
ants
you're
give you
just
direction.
joining us,
Yeah.
you're
So you
seeing
can start to
live
pick it up as you
video
go forward.
footage,
And
from
then
NOAA ship
yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okeanos Explorer. We're diving on an archaeological site, a tugboat at a depth of about 800 meters, about half a mile deep
down.
in the Gulf of Mexico. We spent the last 2 hours doing a visual reconnaissance of the area. And now in the next couple hours, or the time that's remaining of bottom time, which is just about 2 hours from now that we have to leave, we're going to do a photogrammetry
Oh yeah, that's nice. That gives a lot more
survey, or as best as we can,
resolution there.
providing the conditions here that are challenging because of the three-dimensionality of the wreck. We're going to do some passes back and forth over the wreck, going slow.
Okay.
And,
track line
over it.
3 will start soon.
This is to try to get a good video mapping survey, and this is information that can help, or that folks can use to build three-dimensional models of the site.
I need to move these monitors down. I'm losing like the bottom inch of the main screen.
Do you want to use your voice-activated monitor move? Got it.
There we go. Thanks, Caitlin.
And for those of you who've had a chance to look at the Sirius camera,
Thanks,
what
Dave.
you may be noticing is that there is some turbidity here at this wreck site. The water seems to be a little bit cloudy. That's going to be suspended sediment particles and some organic material that's suspended in the water. And as we move away from the wreck, that obscures our view. But fortunately enough, it's not so cloudy that it's a problem when we're near the wreck. And it doesn't appear like it should interfere at the altitudes we're at over the wreck in terms of producing these video surveys and these photogrammetric surveys.
Pilot, there's a flare in the lower right-hand corner.
Yeah.
I think I know what that's from.
Dave will fix it. Okay, backing up.
Is that better video? Actually, now I think I see the opposite flare.
I'm going to start a little
this
closer.
Site was discovered
That should still be
close
plenty
to,
of sediment.
10 years ago when industry surveys
It'll be easier to
of the area doing
maintain my
some
track line.
site scan sonar.
The flare
here,
is still there in the lower
detected
left,
what looked
Dave.
very much like a shipwreck, about 110 feet long, by 30 feet
It's not
wide. And
that
so
noticeable,
this is,
but
the
it's
first,
there.
Scientific investigation
Might be off
of
the craft
the area. Kind of the general purpose here is just to do an overall
Minus
reconnaissance of
39,
the area.
1.5 meters, 0.55 roughly.
And Dale makes a good point there. Oftentimes folks ask if the Okeanos Explorer itself is responsible for discovering these shipwrecks, and in most cases that's not the situation. The sonar, the multi-beam sonar that the Okeanos Explorer carries, is specifically meant for imaging seafloor bathymetry, the seafloor terrain. It can go down to great depths, and because of that, it doesn't work at a resolution high enough to indicate wrecks of this size. For instance, the wreck we're on today, potentially the New Hope, probably would only end up being a pixel or two in an overall bathymetric map of many thousands of pixels generated by the Okeanos Explorer, so it's unlikely we would be able to identify it using that sonar system. The Okeanos Explorer has identified larger ships in shallower water before using their sonar system, but in a case like this, rather than identifying them with the Okeanos Explorer sonar, we rely on, or we work with partners at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management who often receive that information, as Dan indicated, from
it's hard too because the
extractive industries
trying to go
support
at the hull face
companies
on,
working
but
with
obviously it's
industries in the
curving
Gulf
toward
of
the bow.
Mexico to create those
So
high
I'm changing my
resolution
angle.
maps. And they usually use a system called a side scan sonar, which is towed behind a ship deep in the water and near the seabed, so it can generate relatively high resolution maps, and those are the ones that indicate the presence of shipwrecks like this. Even on those particularly high resolution maps, we don't get a lot of detail about these wrecks. It's oftentimes the side scan imagery is a simple black and white image, and you can see an outline of something that's vaguely ship-shaped, but perhaps you can tell if there's some hard materials like a stove or an engine in the middle of the ship, but besides that, you don't see much more detail in most of those surveys.
I've got a question for shoreside. So obviously, as we approach the ship, the hull is curving toward the bow, and as I've been ascending the hull, I've been keeping it face on, but obviously that means that my heading is changing. Is it better to go face on into the side of the ship, or is it better to maintain our track line at the same heading?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
You certainly could follow the shape of the hull, but make your call based on what is the most efficient use of your time and what you think is going to be the easiest for you guys to be able to try and figure out the 80% or so overlap.
Okay. Well, I think you're going to get the best lighting for going face on, so we'll do that for now.
And photogrammetry, it's all about the light. So.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think if you go face on, then if you just start using mini Zeus to try to align your overlaps too, you know? And then, I don't know if that would help or not, but at least you can get it before you get it in this view. And
Okay, backing up.
Hi, this is Irina Sorset. I missed the introductions and I wanted to introduce myself. I'm a marine archaeologist with the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement. My interests and background are in marine archaeology, public outreach, and education. And I originally got interested in history and archaeology by doing an archaeology program at high school. So that's why my big connection is public outreach and getting these resources, non-renewable resources, out to the public so they can learn about the past as well. Honored to be here. Thank you.
Excellent, and thank you so much for joining us. And
do you want to do it? Thanks.
Hey, I'd just like to introduce myself as well. I'm Amy Borgens from the Texas Historical Commission, part of the Gulf of Mexico archaeological team at large, mostly 19th century and 18th century, but I love participating in these investigations offshore.
Okay,
Wonderful. Thank you, and welcome, Amy.
Hi, everyone. This is Frank Cantellis. I'm with NOAA in Silver Spring, Maryland. I joined a little late. I see you're doing your video transects now. Can you describe where we are on the ship and the orientation of these transects?
Sure, Frank. This is Adam on the ship, or we can let Jack describe it as well, if one,
right,
or one of his team if
before
they
I get
prefer
there.
to.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you may have better information than I do, but I think what we're doing, Frank, is we're going perpendicular to the hull along the port side, starting more or less amidships
Maybe
and
we'll just
working
try
our way
keeping the
towards
camera
the
down.
bow.
Won't be quite as good, but it's going to be a lot easier to drive.
We're trying to do transect so that there's about an 80%
Quite as good
overlap
lighting,
with the
but
video. It's a bit of a challenge for our mapping purpose because of the verticality we're seeing with this particular site, which is about 14 feet off
yeah,
the
I'm going to do
seafloor.
that.
So keeping the safety of the ROV as being one of our primary concerns. We're doing the best we can, and compliments to the pilots who are doing an excellent job in steering this difficult course.
Just reaffirming.
Yeah, I'm glad it's them and not me.
Really. I had an opportunity one time to fly an ROV in a training simulator and badly crashed it into an oil rig. I'm glad it's not me either.
You can just...
Thanks, Jack. So do you think we're coming up on these transects? It looks like we might be in the area of the pilot house with that rail going around it and that wooden frame running at a curve.
That's
still happy with the tether, Dave?
Where we are.
Yeah,
okay.
Still good.
Yeah. There seems to be scant information on the internet about the New Hope, so we'll have to delve a little deeper and looking maybe into Coast Guard archives or newspaper archives.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe the newspaper, or if there were trade publications at that time, it probably would have noted the loss of the vessel and maybe given some context to that event.
So while we start this next transect, I think now's a good time to go ahead and do front row introductions. So working with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, my name is Chris Ritter. I'm currently sitting navigator. Focused in, dialed into pilot right now is Dan Rogers. We have Dave Casagrande and co-pilot, Caitlin Bailey running video, and Annie White in the clipping chair.
Yeah, I think we're looking at the pilot house right there, that curved upright piece.
Yeah, that structure that's laid over, the wooden structure, I'm wondering if that tumbled off the top. You can see a lot of portholes around it.
Right, right. That looks like a little, almost like a flying bridge with a pulpit. Although normally that would be off the bow.
appears like that board over the pilot house or that pulpit sort of area may have some paint on it.
Yeah, it sure does.
It also looks like that cross member underneath the pilot house may be steel or some sort of metal rather than a wooden beam, which would perhaps give some indication of how the ship was built, or perhaps when it was built too.
We're speculating that could be a large white O that's on that piece that's kind of fallen into that pulpit area.
Yeah, I have to admit I don't know too much, but I know in some cases the tugs would place letters on their stacks to indicate the company they were owned by or they worked for. So it didn't look like we saw any sort of paint remaining on the stack or indication, but that might be a place worth looking.
Right.
So the eels that we're all seeing, those are all Synapobranchid eels in the family Synapobranchidae, commonly known as the cutthroat eels, and that common
This
name
guy's going to block my view.
arises from the position of the gills. And we just got
headless
a
chicken monster.
sea cucumber.
It's Caitlin's favorite.
Photobombus.
Would that be photobometry?
Well done.
not really. In fact, last time we had the Sirius lights off, so it wouldn't cast shadows. But I kind of would prefer to have them on today.
I don't think it makes any difference before you start. I can check if you want.
No, let's keep them on.
Okay.
Might
So
need
yeah,
to move
that
Sirius
sea
closer to
cucumber that
D2
we
eventually.
saw
We're good for
earlier
another 1 or 2
swimming.
passes if
So
that's all
most
it's
people,
gonna
when they
take.
think of sea cucumbers, think of benthic animals that live on the bottom. Quite a few species can also swim. And then there's actually some that are truly pelagic that live in the water column, so that swim all the time. Sea cucumbers are in the same group that you also have sea stars, urchins. So that's a group of animals that have 5-sided symmetry. So on today's dive, in terms of the biology, for fishes, the most abundant group has definitely been the cutthroats or synapobranchid eels. We do see on the wreck itself, many of its parts are overgrown by sponges and hydroids. And then we've seen quite a few crabs. We saw a single red crab, several squat lobsters.
Draft number.
Yeah. Maybe some.
Oh, yeah.
You guys see the numbers?
It looks like some draft marks in the bow and on the lower part of the keel, the stem post.
That's
Getting more like 50% overlap, but it's like it's hard to gauge approaching it. Yeah.
So just as a kind of general time check, we have about an hour and a half approximately left of bottom time.
Oh.
I was reaching for the mic because we do still have some flares that come up every now and then. I don't know if that affects the product or not.
There's a couple of rays
Dave
there
can
in front
adjust.
of us.
I see a little one on the bottom left. I can see it's like starting to follow the bow. It's like. Yeah,
Can you see it, Dave, if
so
I
hard
darken
though.
it a little bit?
Yeah. I could try to lift the craft, Dave, if you think that's really what it is. Looks like it's sagged a little.
I don't know. I can't find it just by moving lights. I'll try the uppers a little.
It becomes more prominent when we go up, like up the ship.
It's tough too because it's like trying to maintain constant lighting on the ship, but then there's like a beam over my head. I have to back away.
Yeah, I think you can visibly see the draft marks, as Jack pointed out, maybe a 5 or a 6, or nope, maybe an 8 right at the sediment line, and then a 6 above
8,
it.
9.
Hard to tell, but
It's a 9.
a 9, yeah, that would
That's
make
the
sense.
next one.
Be ascending. You can see those draft marks as you move up the stem post.
So that
Might
would
be-
suggest there's 8 feet of hull buried in the sediment.
I think those are serious flares. Because you're turning more and more.
It's possible.
Right, and the more you come up.
Oh,
No?
am I tugging you now?
No.
Oh, you're
I
just
did
turning
that.
away. Gotcha.
It wasn't serious flare.
Yeah.
Okay, coming back. All right, do we need to move Sirius? Are you still good?
Yes,
Because
we
I'm
can maybe
making
get one
steeper and
more.
steeper in angles as I look head on into the bow.
Okay, so we're gonna come straight around the bow. We're not gonna
Yeah,
start and stop again.
I
Then
think
yeah,
so.
Yes, we do need to. About. Oh, I don't know.
You could just come like.
I guess.
You could
just
go like
north.
350, just bring you a little bit off the bow.
I would say due north.
Due north. Okay.
About 15.
15000.
15000.
Nav bridge, go ahead.
Can we do another ship move, please?
Roger that.
Range 15 meters, bearing 000, speed 0.2.
All right. 15 meters, bearing 000, speed 2.
Okay.
Move initiated.
Copy, bridge.
Oh, can you zoom a little bit, Caitlin? Is
Yeah,
this
so
good?
for those folks who might have just joined
Perfect.
us, you're seeing live video footage brought to you from NOAA ship
Can't find where
Okeanos
that flare's
Explorer.
coming from. I've moved.
We're diving in the Gulf
all
of
lights.
Mexico at a depth of about 800 meters.
I wonder if it's reflecting off the still cam.
And we're exploring
'Cause it's
a
like a shiny housing.
archaeological site,
That's-
a shipwreck
that would
was
be on the
first
top there,
mapped
not the bottom, right?
10 years ago,
Yeah.
and those maps from industry showed something that looked like a shipwreck, and today is
ray
the
tracing
first
real quick.
scientific
do the calculation.
archaeological
Should be there.
survey of the site.
Yeah.
And so we
I
spent
could
the
make a
first couple hours at
spreadsheet
the
for that.
site
Yeah,
doing
could you?
a full
ray
circle
tracing in
diving
Excel?
around the wreck, and we're currently doing the second part of the survey, which consists of these slow passes over the wreck to try to do a 3D visualization or a reconstruction of the vessel. What we believe, or what archaeologists on shore believe to be a tugboat that sank in 1965.
Tugboat in preview.
And this is just the first dive of a 23-day mission.
Wood and
So
steel construction's
every
interesting.
day we'll be diving, weather permitting.
Is that the gain
between
or
about
the
9
iris?
and 5 Central Time, and
It-
you folks
it
can all,
jumped on me
The
for some
iris
reason.
jumps, yeah, okay.
Of
That happens
exploration and
occasionally, yeah.
watch the live video feeds that are being broadcast at several public displays around the country. But you can all access the video.
I think this is our best bet, right? Just
through,
keep going face up.
The Ocean
Yeah,
Explorer
I like that.
.noaa.gov
Maintaining
website.
the best
There's
lighting.
a link there to live video. So yeah, we hope that you can all
Concur.
join us these next 3 weeks as we're exploring
All right,
some
making
of
the move.
least
Head
serviced
on.
parts of the Gulf of Mexico. So most folks, when they think about the Gulf of Mexico, they think about a heavy industrialized area, but most people don't realize that the biggest part of the Gulf of Mexico is actually in the very deep waters. About half of the Gulf is
okay,
way
Dave?
beyond the shelf, and
Yep, that's good.
includes
Okay.
depths down to about 4,000 meters. So these include areas that have never been surveyed, and so we'll be surveying many of these areas that have never been surveyed before, and you folks can all join and in real time see exactly what scientists are seeing on the ship. So it's a wonderful technology, telepresence technology that allows not just science to happen more efficiently by allowing scientists from shore to also guide and help with observations, but also a wonderful tool for education and outreach. Allows anyone with an interest in these deep water ecosystems to join. We'll also have a couple of classes that are following along, and
Needed
using
that
this as a
much.
teaching experience, both at the high school
Copy.
as well as the university level. So yeah, really wonderful technology that not just for science but also for education or outreach. And before we heard one of the archaeologists mention that she first got interested in this on one of these telepresence explorations, and now has come full circle and now participate as a shore-based scientist.
Daniel makes some great points there, and point out that the work we're going to do here today and over the next 23 days really builds on a legacy of exploration for the Okeanos Explorer and the NOAA Office of Ocean Exploration Research in the Gulf of Mexico. The Okeanos Explorer has visited the Gulf a number of times over the years, notably 2011, 2012, and more recently the Okeanos Explorer 2017 and then this year 2018 cruises. And during that time, we've a number of remarkable discoveries have been made, including shipwrecks dating back to the early 1800s. Really unique deep sea features like brine pools and brine rivers that hadn't been previously recognized. Some truly unique features like the what were dubbed tar lilies, these gigantic extrusive asphalts that are coming out of the seafloor and host chemosynthetic communities. Numerous seeps of gas that the Okeanos Explorer has discovered in the Gulf of Mexico. So there's a real legacy of exploration here for the ship and for the OER program that we look forward to building upon and contributing to over the course of the next 3 weeks.
Close to it, at least.
Yeah, I would say let's go ahead and do it.
And looking even further ahead, so this is
What do you think, Dave? What direction you want to go?
the last expedition here to the Gulf of Mexico this year, but
I think you
it's
could kind of
just
move
the
actually
first
just
of
like
a
kind of
long
toward
field season
D2.
that will
By the
take
time you get
Okeanos
over there, I'll
Explorer
be
to many places in the Atlantic.
further down the wreck.
So after exploring here the Gulf of Mexico in June, there will be another 23-day cruise exploring deep water habitats in the South
like
Atlantic
15.
Bight.
Yeah, 1.5.
Then later in the season, there's going to be some mapping and some limited ROV surveys in Bermudan and international waters. And then finishing the field season in August and September, the Okeanos Explorer is going to spend some time off northeastern United States and Canada. So really exciting field
Stand by,
season
Nav. I got a
coming
traffic
ahead.
situation.
And again, all that video footage is available live for anyone with an internet connection.
You guys get that?
You can all
Yep.
join in and see this
We also
exciting,
came back
these
with-
exciting discoveries being unfold in front of you.
I lost hydraulics.
Copy.
On the winch.
Workshop, co-pilot.
Okay, I'm just going to come up.
I'm very high. I don't anticipate a problem.
Yeah.
Yes, and today's
Copy,
dive
thanks,
is
workshop.
we actually
Pretty
started,
high up. Shouldn't be a
started
problem.
the dive just doing a test with the ROV that hadn't been field tested since December.
Understood.
Now the second part dedicated to archaeology. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar mode of operation.
Shore side, we just had a glitch with our hydraulic system for the winch that controls the altitude of Sirius, so we're just going to stand by momentarily as we sort that out.
Co-pilot Jeff was already down here. He just started it up, going into automatic mode.
Great, thank you, winch. I see that I have control, giving that a test. Yeah, looks good. Thank you, winch.
Nav, you got to stand by. I got a big cargo vessel that's approaching close CPA. I got to get rid of him.
Okay. Do the next one. What's that? Yeah, I'm going to do the next one.
Yeah, so the ROV team has informed us that they're just having a few technical issues, but they will resume here in a little bit. And while we're waiting, so Adam was making a great point here about this long legacy of the Okeanos Explorer doing exploration and research in the Gulf of Mexico. Now returning 7 years after its first voyage here to the
Nav
Gulf.
Bridge,
and
what
has
can I do for you?
returned periodically. And
Yeah,
and one of the very interesting thing about this is that each one of these voyages has really built a foundation for science that
Okay, do I need to
followed, so,
notify an engineer for you?
All right, Caitlin, we're starting again.
Explorer is really
Okay.
different than most
Okay,
other vessels. in that
I'll get the CME on the horn and I'll get something going for you. Sorry for the delay. I had a guy bearing down on us.
But then
Okay,
those
thank you.
maps and those surveys then provide a lot of help for follow-on surveys. So a lot of these areas that were first mapped by the Okeanos, 7 years later on, other teams went back and used those maps to do some more systematic exploration. And this is exactly what we're also hoping to do on this mission is to create some preliminary observations in these completely unstudied areas, so then follow-up science can happen later on.
Nav Bridge, go ahead.
Yeah, just to confirm, we're in a stable position, so we feel comfortable with where we are now, but definitely getting an engineer down there would help.
Got one on the way, and I'm stable up here. Got a good heading, and nothing's ramping up. And my traffic situation is starting to sort itself out, so I think we're good to go for a little bit.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right.
I'll let you know when we know more.
All right, no problem.
So that's what I felt the bow pretty. I mean, I felt it rumbling pretty good in my stateroom, in our stateroom. And now it's been doing that. Winch is dropping out. It's been doing that when it comes to steps. I think something's up with the DP, and it's dropped. It's bringing the.
I'm coming down, Dave.
So it's interesting that inside the bow we can see where capstan might have been placed, but I would have expected that there would have been a pretty heavy-duty capstan for handling lines on the bow, just inside the stem.
That's a good point. It's also interesting that there doesn't appear, at least on initial review, that there's a large anchor towards the bow of the vessel, which we might expect there as well.
Oop, there's some
in
line.
the bow, and expect being metal to be fairly well preserved. So it may have fallen into the vessel, or who knows, but it doesn't appear to be immediately present there.
Are you seeing anything in the scanning sonar out away from the wreck itself?
Nav, Bridge, go ahead.
That's a good question, Frank. We are monitoring the scanning sonar, and we haven't seen any hard returns.
Thank you.
That I've noted besides the vessel itself. But that brings up a good point that often with wrecks there can be a debris field or debris away from the vessel, so that might be something important to consider here as well.
Maybe 040.
Yep. Okay, coming back. I might need to wait. Well, actually, no, I got enough.
Should have enough.
Just watch the tether.
And as we get around to that side, I should be able to be a lot closer to you. The current will be helping instead of hurting.
Yeah.
When you guys first approached the wreck, we were having video trouble. So we were wondering if the large piece of line that was extending off of the stern, did it appear to be articulated to anything, or was it just floating in the water column?
Yeah, when we approached, so that was the first thing we saw. It looked like it was buried. So it was not floating.
Yeah, I'd agree. It was lying, braided rope or braided line lying down in the sediment, and then just came up off the bottom as you approached the stern and then went up over the stern rail and into the stern of the vessel. It wasn't clear when we looked exactly how it was attached to the vessel. It didn't appear to be attached to a bollard or a capstan or anything, but it's hard to tell with the debris and some of the failures, the stern of the vessel, exactly where it goes.
So we're just getting ready here for a pilot change. So just bear with us as the ROV team is doing a personnel change. In view there is a Sinapa branchiid or cutthroat eel, so these are common inhabitants of artificial sites, and in particular this one.
So, pilot, we have your mini Zeus pointed out a little ways. He was kind of using that as the overlap, like
no current throughout the dive.
Using that to adjust where to go for overlaps, like to align, because you can see there before it comes into view for the main screen, just to let you know kind of what we were doing.
Okay.
I mean, it's tricky. It's to get exactly the right amount of overlap, but that's what we were doing.
And also for our shore-based scientists, I do want to also again invite everyone to not just use the chat room, but also use the Seascribe software developed by Ocean Networks Canada to log your observations. These are extremely valuable, and so we really hope that folks use that to annotate the video. All those are annotations then become a record, so it's a wonderful tool that will be available to not just yourself but the wider scientific community to try to find segments of interest. So we do invite everyone to log on to Seascribe and help with these annotations in real time.
lost track of the tether. I believe it's behaving itself. But I can't see very well right now.
Yeah, it's a little murky, huh?
Yeah. It's a little bit of current right in your face, so it should be going behind me and then back. But I
That's
don't
good.
have eyes on most of it.
I mean, I can see it going up on my tail cam, so.
Yep.
You happy where you are, co-pilot?
We may want to come around the other side a little bit more.
Okay.
So that would be kind of a due east move.
Okay, you want to do like 10 meters?
Sure.
Okay.
Maybe even more than east, like 120. I think I'm around the bow, right? Or maybe I'm even with the bow. Let's do 10 at 090, go from there.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see the draft mark on this side too. It was like an 8 right down at the base of the stem post near the fish.
Josh.
Dan.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Just ahead of us is the first coral
What is
on
this
today's
headset?
dive. Just a little tiny cup coral just top of the screen.
Too small for you, Dan?
Right, I'm pretty much right over top of you, and aligned, and the tether's out behind us both.
Sorry.
Yeah, on the hull there we see a bunch of barnacles there, these gooseneck barnacles. So earlier in the dive we had a nice close-up of them.
They said they like to get a decent amount of sediment around the wreck. So trying to back up such that you get like a few seconds of flying of just sediment before you see the wreck and then start ascending.
Okay.
then a little trick I was using was you can kind of see what your track line is going to be in the Mini Zeus and try to adjust your overlap at that point. You can kind of lateral left or right to correct. And obviously, you know, like their conservative estimate is 80% overlap, but in reality I've been hitting maybe 50 to 60, just because it's difficult to line that up.
Yeah, you don't want to redo the exact same line.
Right. Thank you, Bridge.
Yeah, we're puzzled here in terms of that object there at center of screen, if that's a hose. So to the right of the screen, that little fish, that's a rat tail. That's the other group that we've seen on today's dive. And these are very common in deep sea, one of the most common families of, so for those of you who scuba dive, you never really see that family of fishes, because they are almost exclusively found in the deep sea.
So we're all on the ship puzzling a bit over what this object is. Sort of down inside the hull in the center, it takes on sort of a slightly reddish hue. We can't quite figure out exactly what we're looking at, but
Neither can we.
what's that?
But neither can we.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mystery.
Do you think those might be hydraulic lines or something that go to the capstan there, down there in the lower hull? I don't know about the red thing either.
The black line?
Yeah. Hose maybe.
It's pretty fat hydraulic line.
Yeah, it appears to be.
Maybe.
Oh, like the 6
It does appear to be a
black ones on
capstan.
red, I
It
think.
just went out of the spring.
I don't know why the plumbing would be that complicated, though.
I know some tugboats have tension winches on board as well. Sometimes you'll see things like that fore and aft.
Turning to keep you in view.
Still a mystery. The only some speculation here in the chat room about perhaps being a pyrosome, but it looks man-made, but I don't know.
It's interesting with the crabs on the back of it there.
I mean, that would seriously be like 6 feet long, I think.
It looks like a sink back there over to the left. Maybe.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Could be.
Yeah, I think we saw it earlier, and there were two pipes coming out of the bottom, which would make sense for a sink. When we viewed it from the other side of the ship.
So those two beams right below us there, those I've been watching those. They look like steel beams. I thought that was kind of interesting.
The one's a Thor tip?
Yeah.
Some heavy timbers that have collapsed in here. No, they're odd. That circular cutout.
Thrusters are ramping up, and the ship's high pack is showing the ship moving a little bit. Go bridge. Go ahead, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, there in the center of the screen we see a rat tail. That's going to be the genus Coryphaenoides. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, what's wedged there in between could be an isopod, giant isopod, but so yeah, for those folks who might have just joined us, this is the first dive of a 23-day expedition on NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We're diving at a depth about 817 meters on a archaeological site off the coast of Mississippi. We have just about 40 minutes remaining in the dive, and been a very interesting dive, and we're very lucky and fortunate that this is the first dive of the expedition. That was originally just scheduled to be a test dive, but luckily the test ran so smoothly that we were able to explore this wonderful site. And then looking up ahead, so tomorrow we'll do virtually a very similar dive as today, but quite a bit deeper. That first part of the dive again is going to be dedicated to test for our engineering team, and then if that also runs smooth, there'll be a exploration of an archaeological site around 1,800 meters.
Hi, Roland.
Hello, guys.
Okay.
We were curious, based on how much time was left, if it would be possible to run some lines essentially 90 degrees to these, starting at where the bowsprit is, maybe above some of that material, just so we can get some lines facing the other direction while trying to map in that box portion within the just aft of the bow.
Yeah, Jack, it's really up to you if in terms of what you think is the best use of our time. We got 40 minutes, so you're basically just saying perpendicular of what we've been doing now?
Yeah, just some lines running from the bow towards midships, but make sure the pilot's comfortable that it's far enough away from anything that they could possibly snag. Just to help tie in some of those materials that may not have been totally in focus or lit super well within the midships portion.
Roger that.
Josh, Dan's calling you.
Hey Dan, can you hear me? Alright, what can I do for you? Okay.
I think we should finish up our track lines going this way. There's not a whole lot left, but we should finish it up, and then what do you think? I'll talk to Dan.
Yeah.
Hi Dan, this is Dan in Nav. So I think we're just about finished up with our transverse transects, and then we can certainly attempt some of the longitudinal ones once we're finished. So that's not a problem.
See that object right in the middle of the screen and what looks like to be a handle? Looks like it's some sort of light. Signal light, maybe? Spotlight?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Jack. And looking at that.
How are you positioned, Dave? Are you in a good spot to do that?
Yep, I'm great. Free to go anywhere on the bow.
Okay.
Sorry, Jack, Frank, we were taking care of some business here. Did you want to look at that panel closer? Or were you just commenting on it?
No, I was just noting its
okay.
appearance.
Yeah, and we have there in view a batfish. And that is very similar to one that was imaged on the last expedition. That's going to be in the genus Dibranchus. And Jack, I don't know if you overheard that, but yeah, so we had a quick chat with the piloting team, and so they will turn around here in a little bit and basically try to get you some passes longitudinally.
Great, thank you. There we go. Yeah, that actually looks like a semaphore light. See the handle?
Then Morse code?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm going to back off now, and then we'll start the longitudinals.
Good.
There's a large sheet of panel glass that looks like their pane glass still intact at the very left edge of the screen, now at center. This could have been the glass that was around the wheelhouse itself too. These large flat sheets.
What did you guys estimate as the year of this ship?
The year of construction, we're not entirely sure, although we could spitball 19 teens to 1920s maybe, but then that's just guessing. But it sank in 1965.
Thank you. While we're getting in position, can you guys give us any historical information on what you think about this one?
Unfortunately, we don't know a great deal about this other than a recorded sinking of a vessel called the New Hope in 1965. Right now, we have no other information that we've compiled, but now that we see that it likely is the New Hope, we have some other sources we can try and look at and see if we can get a little more historical background about it. We're sort of guessing that it could be a fairly old vessel even at the time that it sank in 65. So it could well have been built in the late teens or 20s, 30s maybe.
And, in fact, in the Gulf of Mexico, quite a few tugs had long lives. Many were constructed along the eastern seaboard and along the major river systems like the Mississippi. Many were rapidly built during the time of World War I and then converted later into different propulsion systems than what they originally had, with different fuel tanks retrofitted to them and later adapted for use in the Gulf by adding higher gunnels and various adaptations like that. And because of their history of long retrofits, you can't really confidently say at any time, an origin date of a vessel because
camera view now?
They're often rebuilt, rehabbed, and many have very few parts from when they were originally constructed anyway. So,
okay,
at
so
this time,
the
we're just
hydraulics are
largely
bumping
guessing.
that out.
Okay. I'll
Just put up a nice sonar view of the bow as we're coming up on stream 3.
Or is that the camera creeping out? It might be the... Hey, Roland, I think yeah. Alright. Thanks, Dave. It was
I have everything outboard, so I don't think that was it.
So that's a partial zoom right now.
Yeah, the camera was creeping back.
I wasn't noticing it creep. Normally I would see a little jerk as it did that.
It was definitely creeping because we were seeing the skids where we weren't seeing them before.
And the tilt angle is still the same?
I have not touched the tilt.
Yeah, I don't think it was hydraulics. I didn't see anything move when I adjusted them.
Yes, for those folks who can see the multiple screens, screen 3 has a absolutely wonderful view of the bow.
Got a little bit of a lens flare that we didn't have before on the lower left and middle.
Yeah, that's been coming and going. I can't figure out why.
It tends to come and change when the tilt angle is different.
That circular metal feature on the end of that pole looks a bit like an old radio mast, perhaps, radio antenna mast.
As long as we're down here by the stack, we might want to just take a little look around and see if there's any evidence of any marking.
Go ahead. Sure. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Hey, Jack, so we got a chance to speak with the pilot. He said on one of these transverse passes, we'll try and take a look up around the stack for any markings.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, they don't need to descend again for these lines. They just need to stay at the plane, a depth that they choose relative to that structure up at the deck level, because we've already mapped this part in on those other passes. So they don't need to descend for those portions of it. They can just fly forward and back as they see fit.
Okay, copy that.
Roger that. We'll relay that.
Go ahead, watch lead. All right, I think the pilot caught that, so we'll start doing that. Thanks.
Nav, how's our timing look?
Our timing for
Off bottom.
it's going to be a little after 21. I will give you a precise answer. Oops.
Giving you a little more tether, I might be tugging a bit.
So I think we'll come up off bottom at 21:01.
So yeah, we have just under 30 minutes, 20 minutes actually, remaining of bottom time. So we'll do a few of these longitudinal passes and try to get some, see if we can see any markings.
And on stream 3, I've just modified it to be 4 different camera angles from the ROV.
Jack, doesn't look like, doesn't immediately appear like there's any markings on the side of the stack.
No.
So could have very well been painted on or not been present and no longer be visible.
You can see the steps up going up the pole there.
I didn't see that. Yep. It certainly meets the definition of wreck. Cloth.
Those markings on the top of that rail there just past the right curve look like something painted onto the wood.
Just noticing that sort of oval-shaped object on the seafloor next to the ship there. Maybe a part of a scupper or a bollard or something. Or not a bollard, but a hawse pipe.
I think we've got the port side pretty well. Could we run those same lines on the starboard?
Pilot copies.
What might this ship have been doing out here back in that day?
Well, there are ocean-going tugs still that tow barges across the Gulf. It is kind of far out, so hopefully that's something we'll find out if we can get any more information about this. The photo bomb.
There's some more of those loops that you were seeing on the far side. Looks like something to hold a porthole closed. Just went off screen bottom.
On the line. Yeah.
It's creeping a little bit, Roland.
I'll check hydraulics again too.
No, it's not hydraulics.
Okay.
What was the name that you guys thought this may possibly be?
That was the New Hope. Which sank in 1965.
Thanks.
All right, Dan, I'm not sure they want more coverage on one side or another, or what they want to cover now, but
We just have a few more minutes. So Jack, is there anything in particular that you want to cover here in the last few minutes of the dive?
I think we've got it pretty thoroughly, as much as we're going to get.
Roger that.
I don't remember seeing any other particular features, unless we want to just go, maybe just go back around to the stern if we have a chance. Let's take a look and see what that line running off the stern is doing.
Roger that.
All right. If we do that, we'll need to move me.
Yeah, roger that. We can move to the stern and finish up there where we came in with the line and follow it out.
Okay, which direction you want to go, Dave?
Is Sirius not tracking, or is it just off high pack? I can't see myself on high pack. There we are. Yeah, about southeast. 135, sure, due southeast.
135.
We'll get
Okay.
me a little further away.
135. You want to do 20 meters?
Let's do 30, I think.
30. You got it. Work for you, Josh? Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Bridge. This is ROV Nav. Yeah, we'd like to put in a ship move of 30 meters, 30 meters, bearing 135 at 0.2 knots. That's correct.
So that's a lateral move for me. I'm just going to keep you in view.
Thank you, Bridge.
So do you know what they were talking about, what they want to look at? The stern line?
There's a master, you know, you're looking at it now, and then on the back of that you can see the line coming down off the back, and it's a big thick line, and it goes off the stern into the sediment, and then we never actually saw the end of it in the sediment, but it's quite long.
Pretty heavy line, you know,
yeah,
something like that.
And no sonar targets off in that direction?
No, we came from that direction on first approach and didn't see anything.
How high does that mast go above off the screen?
8 meters.
Big?
Very tall.
Hey, you want to come in partial, Roland? Alright, come on in.
A couple squat lobsters. A lot of sponges and a lot of hydroids.
Is this the line you're talking about? Coming out?
The line from that mast down to the ship might be different from the one that trails aft from the ship. I'm not sure. That's the 8-meter mast we were talking about, though.
Oh, maybe it is different. I don't think we ever got close enough there to...
Oh, this is a crane. That horizontal bar is a universal joint at the base of the mast. They lift it up.
Can we look at that pulley thing at the lower section as well?
And you can see just coming on the left side of the screen, the that rope that's hanging off the stern of the vessel.
Just come in on the rope.
And looks like some chain there on the bottom as well.
Oh yeah, I see the chain.
Partial.
You can go ahead in on the rope again.
The line's not tied off to that cleat. It looks like.
Is it possible that line is attached to the chain by an eye?
That's what it looks like.
Under that sediment cover?
Right.
Come on.
Is that some tube worms down inside here?
Yeah, copy that. All right, come on out, partial. Certainly looks like those two are connected.
It's like metal grating on the aft deck there.
Yeah, that
I was thinking
line
in that
is eye
wooden
spliced.
hole.
You can see the splice a little higher up.
Right next to the cleat.
You want to look at the fuzzy part of the rope?
Sure, come on in.
Yeah, that looks like grating.
Look at the blacks bottomed out. I can't, pretty far away.
Yeah, it's all right. Come on out.
And another holothurian swimming through our camera view.
A white bottle. That's bizarre. Looks like it's just hung on monofilament lines. Probably somebody's long line.
Nearing the end of your leash, I'll give you a little more.
I assume you don't see anything in your sonar that's attached to it.
Do you need another move, or are you good, Dave?
Sonar
I don't
isn't,
think there's anything
doesn't appear to show anything out in that direction.
And we actually came from that direction, yeah.
When we came in, yeah.
Do we have a good idea where that line is attached to the vessel?
It looks like it's attached to a chain with an eye in the end of the line.
Do you want to get the strike of that rope?
I want to see if it was pleated off. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's somehow attached to that chain. May have been part of that towing bridle that runs it up there.
Definitely looks like it's going in a single direction rather than just balling up as it fell down.
Probably 415.
Just want to give our shore-based scientists a little heads up. So we'll plan to have our post-dive call at 4:15 Central Time, so in about 25 minutes.
Pilots, science, there are 10 minutes remaining in the dive.
Roger that. And so yeah, we have just about 10 minutes remaining on the dive, and then we'll take a short break, and then at 4:15 we'll have our post-dive call. Really want to thank all of our shore-based scientists for staying with us. We don't have the archaeological knowledge here on board, but we really appreciate you all staying with us and guiding us through this.
Jack, are those letters down at the bottom center of the screen? Looks like an O and an E.
We were just looking at that. I think you're right.
Tied to the E.
Come on in, Roland.
And boy.
So there is an O and an E in New Hope.
Yeah.
I believe. I'm a scientist, not an
Another
English
white
major.
letter on the lower left.
That's
How about that?
that's impressive.
That might be another.
Very good.
Well, we do work in the Office of Environment, so there's your OE.
Your new symbol.
Ocean exploration.
There you go.
Part of an H.
That's a stretch.
And it looks
Just
like
sitting here thinking I should have required ships to have a nameplate in brass, and here it is.
there's a little coral that looked like Lophelia, white.
Just past the skids.
Directly in front of us is the that chain that appeared to be attached to the rope going off the stern of the ship. So somehow tied up with this sort of bundle of line we see here.
Several barnacles.
Yeah, we see a whole bunch of barnacles there, and so the scientific name for that whole group is, well, translated would be hairy feet, Cirripedia. And so yeah, those appendages that you see there, that's what they use to capture food particles.
Come on in, Roland.
Lantern.
It's like there's a light housing that they're zooming in right now. It's got a metal cage around it to protect the glass housing of the light.
Right.
This is one of the lessons of archaeology. They always find the coolest stuff right at the end.
It's always the last 5 minutes.
Right.
Come on in, Roland. Hold that. So is that electrical or hydraulic?
That's electrical.
Looks like electrical box, or
Above it
there
is
could
a
be cables
connector.
coming out of electrical conduit there. And some switches. Yep, there's some electrical cables going into a connector.
That gate below that line.
Come on in here, Roland.
Hard fork flood.
Go ahead. Alright, come on up.
Another electrical panel with what looks like a gauge at the top, like a refrigerator,
refrigerator?
coil.
Looks like cooling coils in the back of that
Come on
box. Compressor coils.
I believe you're right.
Foam refrigerator number 292.
We're really good at finding household appliances. It's a gift from the Okeanos Explorer.
Do you want me to start stowing lights?
It's up to you, pilot.
I don't know if you've factored in light stowing time into your
We have
off bottom.
We have a 3-minute setup time. How fast can you secure hydraulics, Dave?
Less than 2. We have a full turn to take out as well.
Can I get tight on the portal?
I would say go ahead. Go bridge. 7 degrees to starboard is fine with us. No, we're gonna be here a little while longer. We're gonna get set up to come off bottom here pretty soon. Thanks, bridge.
You're full wide.
All right, I'll start getting those lights in.
So we're just out of bottom time here. The ROV team is preparing to leave.
That was 1 minute.
Sounds good. I think we got as much as we can get. Very good job. We did it.
Thank you, Okeanos.
So, Dave, I think
thank
if
you to
come
the Shoreside
starboard,
Archaeological team and those
take
following
your
along.
report.
This is really a remarkable way to start this expedition. It's
you should be able
quite
to
a
take that
dramatic
turn out.
first
Yes,
dive.
I should come to starboard.
Very exciting to explore this wreck
And actually,
with your team.
right.
And we'll encourage those at
So do
home
you want
if
to come back under me first, or should
to
I just take it
tune
out?
back in tomorrow. We'll
You
be
can-
on another
you can
wreck,
take it out, and then I'll push
potentially
forward
have
and
another
come up.
opportunity to explore a wreck we may
like
know
this
even less about than
first,
this
get a
one,
little higher
and
above it.
also attempt some more
Um,
photogrammetry mosaics
I'm not
at
looking
that site
right
as
at it
well.
right now.
And as Dan mentioned, it'll be
I've
about
been
twice
moving
as
around a
deep
little bit.
as we were today,
Right,
so we'll be
okay.
quite a bit deeper
Okay.
in the Gulf of Mexico.
All right.
And
I'm
encourage
gonna,
everybody
come up a little
to join
bit,
back
come
in the
forward.
chat room and see Sketch, and to follow along
I'm sorry,
online
can you start
as we
taking
do that tomorrow.
turn out?
Yeah, so
Very special thank you to your skilled pilots.
yeah, so thanks so much for joining us. For the shore-based scientists, in particular the archaeologists, we will have our post-dive call here in about 15 minutes. Until then, we'll grab a cup of coffee, and then we'll see you in a little bit. Thanks so much.
Zero turns. Trying to get you back in the Titan.
All right.
Okay, I have you in my aft cam.
Okay, and you guys are nicely set up, so I'm ready to bring the ship half a knot over ground when you're ready.
I'm starting to come up, Dave.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call it in to the
Coming
bridge.
up as well.
Bridge, this is ROV
And
nav.
you ready for me to come out of auto head? You pulling?
Yeah, just letting you know that the ROVs are off the bottom, and we are ready to start coming ahead at 0.5 knots over ground.
It's 30 meters per minute. I'm going to come out of auto head.
Good.
You can change your center of rotation to midship. You can stand by on that. Yeah, we don't want to do anything but come ahead half a knot over ground. Thank you.
Trying to dial in 30. It's moving around a little.
If you get it close, we're not going to be ascending for very long.
All right, that's close. There is a...
What's your first guess?